Okay, I'm hoping that this will work here. Sorry, friends. Still not 100% set up with the new system. Let's make sure the sound is going. Okay, sound seems to be going. And we've got a couple of fires to look at, one of which is in Yuba County right now. So I'm going to put this over on that monitor. Okay, that monitor is really dark. Goodness gracious. All right. So let me see how I can monitor chat best and see the preview and arrange this. Okay, guys. So looking at the things right now, we've got the Scott Fire. Oh, okay, I click on that and that turns chat off. Great. Okay. Let me rearrange something. Now, let's see if I can rearrange that window without it freaking out. Okay. Guys, sorry, I haven't set up all of my monitors correctly yet. So yeah, that did screw that up. Alright, so I have to get it to make it bigger. Make this one smaller. So that I just see a chat window and a preview. Hello, friends. Hey, J Projects, Porcelain Heart. Hi. You were on the other side of Marysville Road. We are on the other side of Marysville Road in Browns Valley. How's the situation there? I just heard about it. I was actually informed about the fire at Reading, and then looking at Watch Duty, I went, okay, Yuba County. Goodness gracious. I was hoping to meet everybody who was over there. I know how Loma Rica has been quite traumatized in the area, in Bangor. So let's take a look. Hey, C-Pro. So evacuation orders were given, and it says EO 87, E0 87. We're gonna put up the what? Okay, that's nice. Zone Haven had a pop up. I thought it was down for right now. So in English, the translation is that north of Marysville Road, at the point where, see, what is this one? The intersection of basically Scott Grand Road. I've never seen Therese Trail before, or Therese Trail, but looks the major road that I've heard of is Peoria. So just past Peoria to the north, we've got a mandatory evacuation zone. The whole region where the Cross Start Trail Road is, up to Loma Rica Road. So I think Loma Rica Pizza is in that area, right? Then we got the west side of Collins Lake, including the campgrounds, Collins Lake Beach. That is under what is that, level 2? The Be Ready, prep for evacuation. It means you should be actively prepping. And in this, I know this region intimately well. I would call this go time, actually. Hey, Desiree, hello. Because it's so hilly, and I know the nature of how fast the fires can spread in here. Always consider yourself one level above the evacuation than anybody else if you are in foothills and dry, hilly terrain with, let's just say, poor road systems, not the best in the world. They're not freeways. It takes a while to get anywhere. I'm going to look at the weather. I'm not sure. Is it windy out there right now? I've not been able to check on anything. Porcelain Heart says Pizza Roundup is on Scott Grant. Oh, okay. Been a long time, must say. Been a long time. So, Beyond the Bridge, hi, how are you doing? What was your name before it was Beyond the Bridge? I cannot recall. I'm losing track of who my mods are when they change their YouTube names. Alright, so we should be able to get onto Broadcastify and maybe listen to a little bit of this, but let's check. Let's go back and see what the latest. Oh, it was updated a few seconds ago. We have currently 60 acres. Here's the current look at it from the alert wildfire cams, which we'll get up here in a second too. So it's cooking. I'm not sure which direction we're looking because I'm not on the alert wildfire cam. It's supposed to be down here, but it's like axes. I never learned to read that. It's like the circular thing on a compass, I believe. So we're just going to get up the alert wildfire cams and take a look for ourselves, and that'll give me a really quick orientation. So which cam was that, and why in the world is the Shasta region still down? That's bad. Okay, so alright, which cam was that? Let's take a look. That, not that, not that, not that. Axes, panes. Okay, so I guess we'll just look it up the old-fashioned way. Control F. At Payne's Peak or what? Is there some reason I can't see this? Is it supposed to be on the normal one? Is beta not available for it? What is that? Oh, it's regular clouds. That freaked me out at Fallen Leaf Lake. Looks like regular clouds. Is there something I'm missing? Because here's P, Pavine Peak, where it's Greater Tahoe. Sierra and Foothills. I would have thought would be the one we're looking for. But when you go to regions, well, home shows you regions. See how Sierra and Foothills is not selectable? Friends, help me out. What's going on? Hey, Kaiser Animations. Hey, hello. It's been a while. Been more busy watching the Canada ones. Yeah. Insane start to 2023 tropics wise. Yeah. It's Havoc. Oh, of course we remember you, Havoc. Yes. Okay. The Kaiser. I have to write this down. Who my mods are now. Kaiser Animations is Havoc. How embarrassing. Okay. So let me go ahead and do this. I will have to do that. I forget within 5 minutes on goldfish mode. Where's the pencil? Okay, mods. So Kaiser Animations. Why'd you change your name there? It's Havoc. Okay, I know Smitty here. Hey Vanessa, how are you doing? And Beyond the Badge. Oh hi, welcome back. Did you ever change your name Beyond the Badge, or were you always Beyond the Badge? I'm now starting to get lost in this stuff. So John Robinson says, it looks like we're off to the races again. Yep, it starts, guys. It starts. That's a quote from The Lion King. Remember Timon? Desiree says everybody's changing their handle and I can't keep up. I know. I don't know who's B-Girl anymore. So I guess maybe this is just an error on the map and we have to just manually click on Sierra and Foothills. I believe that's what we have to do. Please load. Camera. Please load. Okay. This partially could be... I'm just going to click on the normal one because it says you're viewing a beta site. The normal one doesn't even have Sierra and Foothills. Okay, back to the beta site. Alright. Sierra and Foothills. Is it down? Because why is it not down for watch duty? Is there something I'm not aware of? I had heard that all the cameras were down and that they were coming back up because of damage to them in the snow and all this. I'm starting to doubt that. I'm starting to think there's just something that I'm not understanding. Do they have a different site? Is there some explanation? What is new? Improved touchscreen support. That's cute and everything. Help and support. Yeah, selecting a region on the map. Supported web browsers. Chrome, Firefox, and Safari. Internet Explorer and Edge are not supported. due to poor support of many critical features in JavaScript. Okay, happen to be on Edge, but the thing is that I'm on the new Edge, which is based on Chrome. So I think they're talking about the old Edge. I think that's an extremely old support thing. So, can anybody else click on this and tell me, is it down for you? Is it just, do I have to turn off my VPN or what? What in the heck? So, I'm quite concerned for Oregon and Washington. I need some drink here this time around. Excuse me, I've got to turn this monitor up. My second monitor is dark because I had the backlight down, so just please bear with me. But if anybody can... Oh my god. It's stuck on loading? Okay. I'm sorry guys, I have two Samsung TVs as my monitors. This is pretty hilarious. I just hit menu for the other TV. This is the other TV's remote, and the one I'm talking to you guys on just changed to live TV instead of PC. So let me see. Let me see if these different remotes are going to reverse themselves. So now here, when I click menu on the other one, oh god, I may have to turn off this screen for a second to adjust the other monitor. There's things I have to do. Hang on. All right. Okay. I know you guys can still see me and stuff. Okay, now I'm going to manually turn on just the other TV. I think at least one of my monitors should be a true monitor so that I don't accidentally turn it off. So alright, let's go to menu and tools. I've unplugged everything and plugged it back in, trying to create a better, ironically, trying to create a better streaming setup with a cockpit-like environment with monitors all around me. Okay, backlight going up. Why is it still tremendously dark on 10 backlight? Please don't tell me you burned out when I need you. Okay, so let's go up to contrast, brightness. Aha! Brightness was down. Okay. Okay. That seems to have fixed it. Alright, we've got two monitors. Good. Alright. So back out of that. Got it. Turning on the other. Alright, sorry about technical. You know, that just turned off the other one. I'm going to lose my mind. I am going to lose my mind. Okay. Okay, guys. So, did you guys get the cameras up? Because I still have this loading thing. So what I want to know is how does... This is a screenshot from Alert Wildfire cams. How are the people who are reporting this to Zone Watch Duty, excuse me, how are these people screenshotting and viewing these cams? Hey Irvin, hey, welcome. Thanks for letting me know about the fire at Redding, which we need to check on too. We got a problem here. I can't get the Alert Wildfire cams to display for Sierra and Foothills. Okay, and in general, the Frank fire, which you were talking about, Irvin, updated 4 minutes ago. Sweet, it's been contained. Awesome. It had a potential of 50 acres. It says at 40 acres, it had containment. Awesome. Looks like here's their Twitter. I just want to show. Nice. So the same kind of terrain in Loma Rica and Bangor is what you're looking at right now. It's hilly oak savanna. So there have been deadly fires that my friend died not too far away from where this Scott fire is. But that was in Santa Ana wind conditions, you know, the Diablo winds, as they call them in the north, in 2017 in October with the Cascade Fire. So this is, of course, not Santa Ana wind conditions. It's the more mild summer, early summer fire season of California. So I'm still very, very concerned for the area, though, of course. So, anybody else get this to come up for them? Is it just perpetually loading for you as well, or just blank? Okay. It's been down for months, though, Kaiser. Havoc. Havoc Kaiser. Kaiser Havoc? That would be a really cool name. Maybe you should be Kaiser Havoc. So, hey, what? How are you? Does that all look to be done with fires this big? Wait. Yeah, that you were talking about Canada, right? Hey, Jeff, how are you? I read something from a Canadian firefighter. He said the fires in the boreal forest in Canada are so large they don't try to put them out, they just mitigate damage to structure. Yeah, it's actually the way Russia fights fires too. It's too remote in remote Canada to try to put them out or contain them. They have a let burn policy because it's rational. I'm trying to arrange so that my face isn't cut off. Okay, I'm centered. Now let me recenter the screen. I'm so sorry that got messed up. Okay, so there's something called fit to the screen in my like cockpit here and controls for how I do this. And the other, I couldn't see that on the other monitor. So I think it's dying. It's dark again. Technology. Okay. It's been seeing use for a very long time, so we might have to just bury it. Okay. Hey, Bo. Hello. How are you? I haven't seen you in a while too. Yeah. Yeah. It is kind of here we go again. Now I'm just gonna look at the Let's go look at watch duty. Now the Frank incident over by Reading has been contained. The Scott Fire and what is this? McCourtney Fire are of concern right now. So there are evacuation warnings right now southwest of Grass Valley. This would be Sierra County, if I remember right. Just south and in between Penn Valley and Grass Valley. So this is all. Oh, you can't see the two fires. You can't see other fires when you zoom out when you've clicked on another. I see how this works. It would be nice to see them both. So you can click out and you can see that it's the general same region. The Scott Fire, of course, southwest of Collins Lake, just north of Peoria Road, mandatory evacuations over here. With the McCourtney Fire, if you were to follow and show everybody what I'm talking about, if you took Marysville and Yuba City, which is right here, you took Highway 20, which is the Gold Road, one of the old stagecoach routes that went into not the Mother Lode, which is the area where the most gold was found in California, which is south and in the mountains. Just north of the Mother Lode was a very gold-rich area, so all of these are clinging to life former gold rush towns, basically, including Marysville. So the stagecoach would leave Marysville up here on Highway 20. Now it's a major highway to go climb into the mountains. And you go past the Yuba River. Then you have a major turnout to go north on Marysville Road at Browns Valley. They should have called it the Road to Marysville in the pioneer era. So if you go due north and split off at this point, you've got the Scott Fire. I wish we could put on a layer of terrain. You would see the foothill nature of this. Satellite doesn't do it justice. It just looks too flat. However, this is all hilly, but as you go to the east, you're climbing into higher into the mountains. So you've got a little community of Penn Valley before you get to the major town of Grass Valley, which is one of the best surviving gold rush ghost towns. But the further you go east, then the steeper the terrain gets, and the more serious that wildfires can become, because they're climbing. They can climb steep terrain if the wind is a west wind blowing to the east. But you can't let your guard down in just the normal foothills. I mean, technically, Paradise was just the foothills. So if anybody has, okay, let me look at chat. Yeah, Jane Blackbird, you hit the home button. Hit the home button on the first alert, or not first alert, alert wildfire. I'll show you right here. And you can't choose it from the map, but hit the home button, and usually you get the regions maps. You can click on Greater Tahoe, North Bay, North Coast, and you can't click it on the map, but you can click regions. You can expand it here on the left menu, and you can go down to Sierra and Foothills. It's just that you should be able to scroll down at this point. Let me grab the marking pen. Remember the pen thing called Epic Pen, where you can write like a sportscaster, like touchdowns, you know. So this will be better than gesturing around with a mouse. Can you see this? It doesn't show up on all windows. It's supposed to be on top. I don't think you can. I just drew an arrow in pink. Huh, okay. It says update available. Click here to download it. Yeah, you can't see that. Maybe that's what the update does. Fix it. Download for free. Okay. Yeah, this is not a convenient time for that. Let me adjust something. Okay. And all right, looking back at chat. More important than this stupid pen. That's the outdated version. Okay. Let me look up. Did you link the new one? Urban, for us to be able to see what the heck is going on here. I also do want to check the weather. I know that there's a beta. So once again, this is the evacuation map. You can see everybody anywhere near Collins Lake should be situationally aware that anybody on the west shore of Collins Lake at all to Marysville Road should be preparing to leave, and anybody north of Loma Rica Road should be preparing to leave. And there is a mandatory evacuation in place for Peoria Road roughly to Loma Rica Road. And the border of that is roughly Lone Tree Way on the west. Of course, we got Marysville Road on the right, the east. Okay, so looking back, Smitty says back to Urban's link they updated. I don't see. Oh, I didn't see your link. All right. Let me put it up here. Oh, seriously? Why don't they put that front and center? See, guys, I have this series of links up here, quick links. And so I was pressing the old one because, well, the old one has been tried and true for a couple of years now. So when you click on the old ones, why doesn't it say, please visit our new site? I'll write them a letter, but thank you. That's a lifesaver. I was missing something greatly. Okay. View the live feeds. Okay, let me update my... Wow! Look, a modern website that doesn't seem to be frame-based anymore. Let's give them a hand. They've updated everything, but thanks for not telling us. Okay, so Bethy81, how are you? Bethy B81, I'm right off of Peoria. We aren't evacuated yet. Okay, I'm going to do my best to figure out the situation at hand right now. So what we want to do is try to get on... is anybody on... Could if you could make this quicker, is if anybody's on Broadcastify, give me the link to... can you hear them chattering right now? So the pane cam is where we should see the live updates, and that should be go back down towards the relevant area. Pane, I don't remember what pane is. Pane's Peak, yeah. Okay, so here we are. Let's do a time lapse, but we need to be hearing the chatter to know what's up. So that's a 15-minute. let's go, wait a sec, let's go back. So it's looking to the northeast. Okay, I'm oriented now. So if we're looking to the northeast and the smoke is drifting to the right, then that tells us a lot about our wind direction. Does the smoke stay steady in the same wind direction? Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. Yep, we got retardant splashes down, so the aircraft are on it. I'll get up the aircraft in a minute. Okay, so this is our 1 hour time lapse. We have, wow, it's creeping, not creeping, but it's backing, because it's climbing the hill. You see how it's, a backing fire is going against the wind direction. So, wow. Interesting. So we have fire spread towards the west, as well as wind direction. Okay. Now that could be purposeful, or it could be just the fact that it's climbing. See how it's going up this hill right here. So that's interesting. All right, let's get to CalTopo. Get a beat on the wind direction. What is the latest? Do you guys have any alerts on your phones that are saying ready, get set, and that sort of thing? That would be great if you can share that. Let's go to fire activity. GOES detections. Got them right here, west of Lake Collins, which is, yep. So Modus and Veers haven't flown over yet, but GOES is there. All right, let's click on wind. Where's our wind plot? It's the quickest way to see that. Yeah, we've got a general west wind. It's kind of a northwest-west wind blowing to the east, to the southeast. But as you can see, the fire was spreading to the west as well, because it was simply climbing a hill. So it's just trying to grow anywhere it can. I'm going to turn these off, friends. Now let's do a 2 hour or 3 hour. And it looks like it was facing the correct direction the whole time when the fire began. Was that a vulture? Is that a vulture? That was odd. Like something climbed the pole or sat down next to it. It's our 3 hour time lapse. Yikes. Okay. Now, I never went to Collins Lake much. I didn't go much to the north past this area, so it's not like I'm like, oh, I recognize that street. That was pretty odd. Was that a vulture? Unless you pause it at the exact, yeah, or a condor. Wow, guys, that could be a condor or a vulture. We can't tell, but I was looking for a wing tag. It would be, if it was a condor, it would be tagged. That's fascinating, because of a couple of reasons. Okay, but back to the fire at hand. So I would assume that they would be trying to protect Donovan Hill right now. And of course, this is why they're telling everybody to get ready to possibly evacuate the west shore of Collins Lake, because the wind would try to blow it, to the east. Yeah, you're our man of the hour. Thank you, Irvin. Can't believe I didn't know about this. So you're off of Peoria. I don't know that I'd worry too much about the fire spreading south. Just looking at the wind right now. Let's go ahead and make sure that the wind direction isn't forecast to change. I'd be less worried about anything south of Peoria Road right now. The big concern is the immediate area, anywhere near Marysville Road and Loma Rica Road. This is what that is right there, right? Donovan Hill, Stanfield Hill, all the campgrounds over there at the west side of Collins Lake. So let's look at the, this is saying less than 10 miles an hour sustained winds. Looking at the time lapse that we just did with the possible condor. There we go. Grooming itself. Wow. Duplicate tab. Let's take a look at our, since we're looking northeast, we're seeing wind that's drifting to the south-southeast. Look, an airplane. So let's go back to our live view of it. And the refresh should be approximately every 30 seconds. So let's go look at our weather as well right now. Let's go to, which one would I rather do? What's everybody's favorite weather site right now? I do have, which you can't see right now unless I switched windows. I've got my radar on the app, the app that is on the desktop. So the good news is the wind is somewhat lazy. Are you experiencing gusts right now, the guys who are local? I have a hot spot northwest of Live Oak that's a little concerning, but that could be the lumber mill. Let's see, over by between Hamilton City and Chico, I've got a hot spot on the weather app. So let's go look at CalTopo and make sure nothing else has just started. Excuse me, CalTopo. Yeah, we don't have a GOES satellite detection, so I'm gonna trust CalTopo above the random weather app. And watch duty. Let's cross-reference it with watch duty. So right now, the Scott Fire is now considered to be 60 acres west of Collins Lake. I don't see anything on watch duty, not even a control burn in this section right here, which supposedly indicated hot spots on my radar. So because my radar has that as a new feature, I'm going to discount it until we have to worry about it. So this McCourtney fire has an evacuation warning. That's the same Zone Haven map. We're going to go zoom in on it. We're going to monitor that in between, just south and in between Penn Valley and Grass Valley. So hard to see the names of towns with Zone Haven. Now, I'm going to put this into the chat. Where's the chat? Where'd it go? That window. Here we go. If you guys want to follow along, check out your evacuations. Yeah, we have smoother cam, Smitty. This is much better. So, yeah, Bethy B81. Do you have anything on your phone, like an emergency alert that might be telling you whether or not you should continue prepping to go? We used to live in the general area, so there's a possibility we could have met, like in my childhood or something. That's about this area. Yeah, there's a brand new version of Watch Duty. I'm sorry, Desiree, that I did not see your question there. They're spreading out to other states. They're almost ready to do it to the entire United States, which is great. So as per usual, once you update to the new version, you have, if you're on the free, non-subscribing thing, you can, and it's on iPhone and Android, you can do 4 counties to have alerts. And so I would just, in general, do the 4 counties that you're most concerned with, your own, the one next to you, and those are maybe 2 loved ones or something. And then make sure you hit the notification section of the app so that you get notified. Right now I have almost all of the counties of California under notification, but I'm not getting them. They're not making my phone ding. That's the big problem I have with it, but I believe it's a phone problem, my personal phone having a problem, rather than the app. When you have like 20 notifications from an app, it seems with Android, at least the way this is set up, just sort of puts them in a fold-out menu in notifications rather than dinging you every time. I need the ding every time. So I'm going to, hey, Strange Reverend, how are you? I'm going to look into that. It may be that I've got to, change that or talk to the developers because I need to know about these things. So let's look at refresh. Watch Duty is on. It is on. Let me just give you a link right here. Watch Duty is now on desktop too, and I believe if you allow it to send you notifications, you might be able to get desktop notifications through your browser, although it hasn't asked for permission. So it's asking for my location permission, and it's going to be false because I am using a VPN. So, but if you don't, VPN changes my location virtually. But if you don't use a VPN, if you just connect normally, give it location permission, and it will hopefully tell you about things in your area. So clicking back to the Scott Fire information, we got a different camera here. Camera angle that's closer to Collins Lake. This is looking southwest. So that's just giving us a still. Let's go to the real camera site. Not Epic Pen. Is this? All right. And was that our time lapse or our? This is our time lapse. I'm going to move it away. This is our live view. I like the fact that it's not spreading too much to, if this is looking to the northeast, south might be, spread to the south might be under control. Let me see. That's where they put a lot of retardant down. And it looks like it was burning to a road right here. You see the vehicle traffic. Roads are much easier to hold. It's also against the wind. The fire, going down the slope against the wind. I would expect the road to hold right here, and I would think that this road is Loma Rica Road. If we're looking northeast, this is a roughly north to south road. So let's take a look. Let's go to, that's different Cal Fire, or different fire. Go back to Cal Topo. Wind, not looking too bad. Oh, I forgot. We were gonna do the weather, guys. Oh, sorry. It's this last round of stomach problems have left me pretty drained. So, what was that nice, really nice weather app that everybody liked? Rain something. You guys remember that one? What? Windy, yeah. Windy.com. Thank you, Seabroke. We were trying to go over our photos yesterday. We're trying to rent a plane, and I need to get used to filming from above, from the airplane. I wanted to go back and film the Dixie Fire's aftermath. I've filmed most of what I need to film for the Caldor Fire's aftermath last year, but the snow on the ground for so long in the Sierras had prevented me from returning. So, okay, we've got windy, and we have to make sure that when we're looking at wind, that we're looking at surface winds. That's what's relevant to fire. So wind direction in general, you can see how it's a north wind is coming out. North winds are very dry and hot, hitting Redding, Red Bluff, and it's making a turn at Chico and Orville area, and that's where you get this curving right here where it's going to the east. So it's something that definitely can happen, and let's see if it's forecast for the wind direction to change. Like as we hit the play button, we're going into the future. So right now here we're at 5 o'clock, and we just need to see if surface winds will shift directions, and they do. Around midnight, we get the wind reversal. That's typical. So let me explain for the uninitiated right now. Heat rises, right? Everybody knows that. In general, whether it's not a room, that you're in, or it's outdoors. Like, think hot air balloon goes up, right? So right now it's about 95 degrees to 98 degrees Fahrenheit in the valley, typical June. So what happens when you get hot, dry air coming from the deserts of the north, like eastern Oregon, and they hit Redding and pour into the valley this way, then the heat rises, it goes up into the mountains. Where the mountains, it's to the east. The Sierras are to the east of these towns. So that creates a tug, a pull of the wind going that way, but it's somewhat gentle right now. I'm not sure what the gusts are supposed to be. We could click on this, wind gusts. That's pretty dang gentle. So it looks like it might be in the low 30s at the surface. If we go to the future, say 1 to 2 a.m., even lower, except when you're up in the higher mountains, you've still got wind gusts in the low 30s. So the forecast is very favorable for this. I don't think it's going to amount to a very big deal, knock on wood. Either that one or the one by Grass Valley. So, oh, thank you, Rosemary Hill. Thank you so much for your kind donation. I've been hurting so bad for donations, being ill and offline. I've been very concerned that I wouldn't be able to do it this year. You're in Grass Valley and 5 miles from Wolf Mountain, dreading the smoke. Yeah, it's going to come to Grass Valley, but you're gonna get the nighttime wind reversal. So heat rises and cold air sinks, right? That's the rest of that's the rest of the lesson. So typically when you reach the lows of the night, or when it finally kind of drops off, midnight-ish, something like that, the cold air now in the mountains will sink, and cold air sinks, so it goes to the valley. So during the day, typically in the mountains, the wind goes from west to east. At night, east to west. Pushes it back down the valley, and that's the only way the valley stays cool at night, is getting the cool mountain air. Otherwise, everybody would die of heat. And when it doesn't happen, everybody does die of heat. It's just awful. And I'm not trying to use that facetiously. Sometimes there are fatalities. It's a serious situation. So the way the elderly and people without air conditioning cool off is the body is a lot more resistant to heat exhaustion. If it can regenerate in the cool of the night, so people open their windows open at night to let the cool air in, let all the heat accumulating in the house or the apartment leave. If you don't have cool air at night, that's when you get your fatalities. It's not really like, oh, it's the temperature. It's, do you get back-to-back nights without relief? That's the number one. That's the number one factor in heat-related fatality. Yes, I connected you guys via email, so go ahead and talk to each other, Smitty and Cheryl. Urban says, last week here in New England, we had a Canadian wildfire smoke. The sky was orange and stunk like mad. Yeah, I can tell you the West Coasters can keep the smoke. Sorry, has to go somewhere. In general, the way the Pacific is winds in the Pacific hit the West Coast, and wind goes to the East Coast. That's just what typically happens. When we get wind from the east, we get wind from on the West Coast here, we get all the deserts, Nevada, Eastern Oregon. That's when our wildfires go nuts. But that's typically winter. So am I using Venmo yet? You know what? I just signed up and I can't give you the info right now, but boy, yes. Maybe you can help walk me through that, Desi. But thank you so much for your kindness, Rosemary. Now, is there anything I can answer for you or look up? Right now, we're going to have wind direction staying the same, which really helps them fight these fires. So we got, this is the news goes heat detection. Now, remember, this is the margin of error. So there's something wrong with the pen, so I can't draw. I may have to update the pen, but the dividing line between these two heat detections is here. This is about the size of these squares. This is 2 squares, rectangles, technically. So red doesn't mean that the entire area is burning. Red means there's been a detection in the last 15 minutes somewhere within these squares. It's the margin of error. So we verify this by looking at the cams. Now let's look at the second cam that we have. We've got two different views. The Payne's Peak from the southeast, that's its current view. I like it. I like this view. They seem to have stopped it here at this road. That's great. I would expect that that would be relatively easy, spraying down the road, because it was going downhill and against the wind. Now this doesn't mean that it's against the wind every moment of every second, of every hour. Wind gusts can be erratic. They can be in any direction, so that's the danger of wildland firefighting. For say 5 minutes, say heavy wind gusts can go the opposite direction. So that may have driven it up, over, and down the hill, for example. This is to the west here. Now, the prevailing wind, though, the general wind direction, the non-gusts, are in our favor, and it's pushing towards the east, at least for containment and everybody's properties west of, I take that to be Limerica Road. Anybody else familiar here can correct me if I'm wrong. So let me look back down here. Looking at the chat. And thank you so much for wanting to donate, Desi. I really, really appreciate it. I want to make it as easy as possible for people to donate. Porcelain Heart says road closure from Scott Grant to Willow Glen Road now. All right, let's thank you for that update. Let's refresh watch duty. The new update 11 minutes ago, lifting the no divert on the tankers. They've been canceled and released. 3 of the 6 tankers, the third copter canceled as well. Looks like they are getting a handle on it. I don't think they are saying, oh, poor visibility, so we're taking away the tankers. I think they're not as needed as they were. A no divert means this is our #1 priority fire, and none of the aircraft can be diverted to another fire. But you know what? I'm going to, that's the missing piece of this puzzle here, is let's watch the airplanes. I have to log into Flight Radar 24. Off screen, so you guys don't see my password, so let me do this. And your kind donations allow me to have a subscription to Flight Radar 24, which helps me do everything from tracking planes to seeing 3D views of their flights, and it's marvelous. The next thing we'll do is we'll try to get some chatter from Broadcastify. If anybody can hit Broadcastify, try to tell me which channel the firefighters are on, I'd be quite grateful right now. So if they've pulled some tankers off, sometimes it's bad news because there's a different fire they need to be on. But sometimes it's good news, like they're confident. So working the area right now, we've got a VERTOL, which is basically, excuse me, a VERTOL is the major giganto helicopters, the Chinooks. It's basically a type of Chinook. The huge heavy lifters with 2 different rotors. They are the heaviest lifting of all the water helicopters that are out there. So what else have we got here? We've got an interested aircraft here that perhaps is military, because we cannot see anything about its registration number, but it's ATK 112. That means attack, as in attack the fire, you know. So that would be, I'm actually not sure what it would be. Is it a scooper? Usually attack is the person coordinating things. There may be 1 to 2 people coordinating and guiding the tankers, and then the rest are doing their job. So the Rockwell here is usually, it doesn't fight fire directly. It's the eye in the sky. So attack 112. Unless we're listening to them live on Broadcastify, we won't know exactly what's going on here. But having a Chinook on here, which seems to be dipping out of Collins Lake, awesome. If you want to have a fire get out of control, you want it near a great big body of water that's perfect for dipping. You can have everything from helicopters to scoopers. Collins Lake is big enough for a scooper to land on it. That's perfect. And the fact that it would be sad to lose the campgrounds, and of course anything here west of Collins Lake at Loma Rica and Marysville Road, there's a lot of people that live there. There's a lot of structures to protect here. As sad as it would be to lose any, the overall growth of the fire is limited because a lake itself is, unless there's howling winds, it's a barrier. It's a brick wall barrier for a wildfire spreading. So we hope that it won't reach the lake and destroy everything to it. But should it, should some freak windstorm show up that nobody expects or something, the lake would be a barrier and it would stop. And all they would have to do is put retardant down or backfires on the north and south, and it would be a done deal. So if this was on the east side of the lake, if it started on the east side of the lake, that would be a much bigger problem in general. But these winds are mild. The heat is bad, though. The heat is something that's making it harder to control. But look how vertical the smoke is. That means the winds are not that bad. So Desiree says, cool, thanks for the info. What info? Let me go back up. God, Cheryl, are you okay? You're saying you've been sick? Thank you for sharing my PayPal, Strange Reverend. How have you been, by the way? So now there's a road closure from Scott Grant to Willow Glen Road. Look at it. Let me at a different window here. I'm going to log into Google Maps and go to Eureka, California. Oh wow! The cool thing is these days that Google and Google Maps shows wildfire perimeters really quickly. It's one of those things I was hoping that they would do, so that people don't accidentally navigate into a wildfire. They can kind of go around it. If they ever make an alert, like you are within a perimeter, please leave, that would be even better, but that's not really Google's job. So where's Scott Glen Road? It rings a bell, I can't remember it. Scott Grant Road, excuse me. Yeah, it's near Loma Rica Pizza. It's now called Roundup Pizza, Pizza Roundup. Had the coolest arcade games when I was a kid. Had a classic, what was the little guy with the mouth? He ate the little breadcrumbs all over the place. Oh my God, why can't I think about that? See, I've been sick recently too. Oh my goodness. The classic arcade game, the little mouth, and he ran around eating the dots. He was chased by the little ghosty guys. Oh wow, that disturbs me. I can't remember that right now. Okay, so let's see here. They must have called it the Scott Fire off of Scott Glen Road. Looking per Yuba County Sheriff's Office, Loma Rica Road is closed from Brandy Drive to Marysville Road, right? Evacuation points, if anybody is in the region, is, of course, as usual, the Yuba County Posse and Animals Evacuation Center, 5396 Marysville Road, Browns Valley. I might put up a ticker here in a second, but I may have lost the ability to use the ticker. It cost me $19 a month, so I terminated that. Pac-Man, God, yes, guys. Yeah, it had Pac-Man. Like, there was an original Pac-Man, and it was multiplayer. So you sat down and two people could do it. Okay. Looking back at the chat. Yeah, Desiree, we'll work on that a little bit later. So thank you anybody who can do PayPal over Super Chat or Super Stickers, because YouTube takes 30%. YouTube takes 30%. There's things I could rant about right now. YouTube has changed, and it's harder than ever to make any money off of YouTube. There's a reason why all the people are talking about HelloFresh and NordVPN and Manscaped and all this stuff. It's hard to survive. The amount of money that we producers are getting from ads, it's not like I run ads on this, has diminished greatly. And now they're switching to what looks like a pay-for-play model, where if you want to be high in the search results, which is scary, like imagine someone searching for Loma Rica Wildfire. If I want to be at the top result, I got to pay them. That's the model that Facebook has. This is a very, very scary change. Oh, thank you, Vicky. Thank you for being here. Yes. Do pat me on the head. I'm exhausted. Little bits of encouragement are very helpful. I've been racked by guilt. I've been so absent. And, but I was floored by what happened to me. I don't want to get into it. My kidneys are still bleeding a little bit. I'm still not 100%, but just grateful to be alive. That was not kidney cancer that everybody feared, I'm having my dad have cancer right now, and my brother just died from it. And then I had the symptoms of kidney cancer. I was really messed up. Some of the most down I've been in my life during most of the winter. It was a winter of my discontent. So what do you do though? You just dust yourself and move on. Try to eat right, be healthy, exercise, and I'm doing that. But boy, it's been hard. So yes, but people died, Cheryl. I know you try not to feel guilty, but people I promised to say interview the elderly and attend to died while I was unable to move for months. There was a 98-year-old woman that I wanted to interview and can never do anymore. It's hard, but I understand the advice. I've got to just try to work with what's left with people who are still with us. The lady died that I saved from a fire too. Thank you. Yes, Rosemary, hydrate. Right. And I got blood sugar. I got a Pepsi here. So she did pass, the lady that I pulled out of a burning house unexpectedly. So I'm pretty sad. I was hoping that I could do a small video about the dangers of oxygen machines, because that was the fire in her house. And how somebody who can't quit smoking yet says oxygen can still be safe. But she's gone too. So it's just it's been back-to-back loss. And now I've got other friends that are ill. So oh goodness gracious, I should put the fact that I'm live on Twitter. I completely forgot half of how to do this. Okay, off screen, let me quickly put that I'm live on Twitter. Oh, that'll get people here and knowing that I'm covering something. I will have the thank you stream and the question and answer time about my health in the future. I'm still not quite ready for that. So back to the fires though. I'm going to quickly log in on Twitter. Where? Oh, Twitter has the most bizarre stuff here. I'm very concerned about Twitter. Ever since Musk got a hold of it and all the weird scandals and the way that people can make. I don't want to create an account. I want to sign in. When you go to twitter.com, where the heck? There, it's the bottom. Okay. People have had impersonations on Twitter. I have to find out a way to look official. I don't know if Twitter is still used by as many people. Oh, they sent me a confirmation code. I should have logged in before the VPN. Please bear with me. Okay. I could use a helper, somebody who could have access to my Twitter and do stuff like post that I'm live. Let's see. Okay. Where is it, Twitter? Okay, here's my code. Got it. See how this is just a waste of time? Okay, there we go. It's off screen. I'm just pecking in some stuff. Okay, tweet. Where? Alright, what is... Now here's the fun part. What is the link to what I'm broadcasting right now? You'd think that that would be easy to copy and paste, that YouTube would make that easy. It's not. Like on the dashboard, it's not. Like I have to find myself on YouTube first. Where? Oh, okay. Sorry about that echo. Okay, got it. I got my copy and paste here. Okay, tweet. I'm live covering California, Oregon, Washington fires, Loma Rica, Yuba County. What's this called? The Scott Fire, right? I imagine that's a... I can't get the hash wrong or it's going to take people to a different fire. Arg. Let me look that up real quick on Twitter. Oh God. A tornado just took out Perryton, Texas. Ugh. It's a bad weather day, folks. It's a bad weather day. So on Twitter, how do you search Scott Fire? Yeah, okay. So it looks like hash Scott Fire in hash Loma Rica is how I say it. Okay, hash Scott Fire in hash Loma Rica. Loma Rica, one word. Okay. Right. I'm live on YouTube. Okay. Tweet that. Okay. So now I'm going to go to the Scott Fire. Refresh. Make sure my tweet shut up. I'm learning, guys. Learning how to reach people. If I don't reach people, people aren't reached. Going to latest. Cool. I showed up in the feed. Now anybody following that on Twitter can know that there's somebody live covering it. And I'm now going to retweet a couple of those things. So the evacuation zone warning. And I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking at now. So the people to follow on Twitter. Oh, Crystal with a K is great. Find your evacuation zone. She's cool. She's I just retweeted that. That is a link to the Zone Haven. And there's other people who are on it too. Yep, the fire doesn't seem to be going anywhere in a hurry at the moment. Good. He says that's just as well because there's the McCourtney Fire and the Echo Fire in the region. I have not heard of the Echo Fire yet, so that is... let's look at it. It says Sutter Creek in Amador County. Uh-oh. John Stoker, he's the nearest mod to that one. But gosh, you see how it's so hard to keep track of this stuff. It's a full-time job just looking at where things are. I wanted to give people an idea as far as terrain, what Loma Rica looks like. Very few people have heard of that place, I guarantee you. So you have Yuba City, Marysville down here. Here's your orientation to Sacramento and Lake Tahoe. So you go an hour's drive north of Sacramento, you reach Yuba City / Marysville. And then about half an hour's drive northeast, just as the foothills begin, you've got Loma Rica and Bangor right next to it. Now Bangor, which locally they call it Banger, nobody's heard of unless you like live really really close to here. But so they just call it Bangor / Loma Rica. And if anybody's gone to Collins Lake, then they're more likely to have heard of this. So it's just south of where the Orville Dam spillway, if everybody's heard of that disaster years ago. Same region, and this is where the place has seen lots and lots of horrible, deadly wildfires everywhere in the Orville area, the Chico area, Paradise. There's been incidences of mass fatality, with 2017 onward being just back-to-back years of horror. Loma Rica and Bangor is where PG&E had their power lines go down sometime around October 10th, I believe, 2017. It was the same night that PG&E power lines went down over here, Santa Rosa. Much of Santa Rosa burnt down, which hit the national news, but Loma Rica and Bangor got forgotten in the shadow of that fatality event over there, even though they had their own fatality events. So that's where I lost my friend. And that's when I started realizing it's power lines. Power lines going down in the wind that typically were killing people in late fall and winter. Santa Ana / Diablo wind season. So this is a traumatized community. So Cascade Fire, we go to Caltopo real quick. Fire history. See the Cascade Fire right here, 2017. I lived with my father for a time in the foothills. See, there's Bangor over there. 2007 Bangor Fire. This had fatalities, and a lot of people barely escaped with their lives. Started learning about fire survival because my friend did not make it. His girlfriend did not make it. However, people nearby made it without any warning. No 911 system, no way to make phone calls. Mostly they crawled into their culvert underneath their driveway, in their ditch, in their driveway. So that's when I started finding out how sheltering in place sometimes is your best and only option, but you've got to recognize what they are. And sometimes traveling on foot a short distance away is better than trying to get into a car. Most people in the Cascade Fire were just woken up in the middle of the night by a red glow of a fire approaching in 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Little rocks being thrown against their windows, tapping, which was the wind picking up gravel and throwing it. And then they would go outside to find their roof on fire already, and perhaps the fire, their car is burning already. So what do you do? The fire had chewed through all of the phone lines. So reverse 911, nobody got a call. Phone line was dead. Power was out. What do you do? If you get on your cell phone, it may or may not work, because then all the cell phone towers got chewed up by the fire. What do you do? You have to make your plan for survival and know what to do ahead of time. So the family that got into the culvert, the little girl's legs didn't fit in, and so she got burned, but they lived. And that's how all this started. And that was my wake-up call. Very next year, 2018, we had the Paradise Fire up here. Guess what? Power lines again. My brother didn't know what to do, drove through flames to escape, but barely did so. Neighbors that followed him out about 2 minutes later didn't make it out. So if he had known about what happened in the Cascade Fire the year before, he would have known to go into the giant culvert that was about 9 feet tall right next to his house. It was full of water. I mean, his entire neighborhood could have sheltered in there. So this is why I do what I do, and I teach people what to do. Oftentimes, trying to drive like a bat out of hell is your worst option. So PG&E fires can strike at any time because almost everybody has power lines to their homes. that are above ground, unless you're really living in a modern neighborhood in a modern city. So they're all in pretty much in bad states of repair due to 40 plus years of corporate negligence and greed, and a policy to let them fall down before repair. So that's why everybody should be prepared for a wildfire to be start right in their backyard. Don't think it has to be lightning. Don't think it has to be arson somewhere. Don't think it has to be an escaped campfire or something like that, or somebody's cigarette. Most of the deadly ones are the power lines that go down at high winds. Then this region's next mass fatality event after Paradise. So it was 2017's Cascade Fire, 2018's late 2018's Paradise Fire, which is November. You had the 2020 fires, and I believe the Bear Fire, which was a lightning strike fire up here, Bucks Lake, roared down the side of the mountain, and it took out Brush and Berry Creek and hopped the entire Lake Oroville. See this gigantic lake? Hopped it and started burning up East Oroville's suburban communities. So they had another mass fatality event up here at Brush and Berry Creek. And sadly, if a lot of people drove right past their safety, which is Madrone Lake right here. Sitting in the shallows right here would have been a great place to survive. Just throwing a blanket over your head and just breathing trapped air. Trapped fresh air, sitting waist deep in water. So, but sadly, most people got in their cars and got trapped trying to drive at breakneck speeds downwind from a fire, which you cannot do. You can never outrun a fire downwind. And I think the death toll was a dozen or so. So let's turn off history and go back to activity. We are in the midsummer to early to midsummer fire season, and the winds are typically not that bad. But we have to remember the Dixie Fire started in July, and it wasn't particularly wind-driven either. It just climbed the hills. And later, when it got hot enough and big enough to make its own weather, then it became wind-driven and made its own weather. It made its own tornadoes and stuff, giant vortexes. So we got to stay vigilant no matter what. All right, looking back. Hey, Big Dog. Hey, how are you? Hugs. We can all use hugs. Big Dog, thank you so much for the kind donation. Okay, looking back up at the chat. Bethy B says, hi, I'm back now. Hi, welcome back. Welcome back. So what is the situation? Okay, so we have a Fargo, Urban says we have a Fargo Way, Scott Grant Road, Loma Rica road closure. I do believe that they have updated the evacuation zone. If anybody's on the west area of Collins Lake, I would have just left. Like I said in the beginning, if you're on the foothills, especially California's foothills, I know exactly how the roads can vary in quality, let's just say that, but they're all up and down, twisty, left-right stuff because of the nature of the foothills. Fire can spread by climbing uphill against the wind, and it can also spread downhill with a thing called rollout. So imagine at the top of a hill, a log or something, some bushes, debris of some sort, that starts to roll downhill literally when it's on fire. And this can be pine cones, but mostly as a fire climbs a tree, the weak branches and such will snap off, hit the ground, and if it's on a slope, it's going to roll downhill. This is a firefighter term, roll out. It doesn't mean to respond, it means rolling debris, like tumbling tumbleweeds, So these will go to the very base of a hill, and what's going to happen? When flaming debris reaches the base of a hill, it's going to climb rapidly up to the other side, no matter what wind is doing, because fire climbs. This is the way that you can have relatively rapid spread, and it does not require wind. So if the fact that the wind is blowing until around midnight to the east, west wind's blowing to the east, which is really hot and dry wind, I just would not be east of this fire. Even if I was on the east side of Collins Lake, I would just be elevating myself to anywhere in the foothills of California. I elevate myself to 2 steps higher in evacuation than the official agencies say. This is your safest thing to do. They just paint with a brush and say this region should be either on alert or evacuating right now or preparing. They're not considering, they can't, they just draw a circle. They are not considering the fact that people on the low flatlands next to the good roads can evacuate way quicker than anybody up on the hill, where you have very limited roads going down the hill, and it's going to take a long time to get down the hill. Especially if the road is windy, there's more and more opportunities for this road to be blocked. So, and the fact that fire history in this area is quite deadly, take it absolutely seriously, and elevate yourself. So if you are not on alert but you're nearby, put yourself on alert. If you are on alert, put yourself as going, prepping to go and going. If you're anywhere on a hill, now put yourself 2 levels above alerts. If you're on a hill and there's only one way out, only one road out, that means you should be leaving. Even if they're just saying you possibly might have to leave, you should be going already. That is the best way to do things. And also consider right now, what are your good shelter in place options? Because weird stuff can happen, such as a new fire can break out right next to you that's totally independent of the other one. If you have to shelter in place, what are your options? Now consider the culverts your options, and think about in your head where they might be located. One of the best ways to create an evacuation plan, let's just put our finger somewhere on the map. Say we're at Lone Trailway, Tennessee Creek here, relevant. Everywhere that a road covers water, crosses water, it's either a culvert or it's a bridge. So put a little bit of question marks, get out your paper map, put some question marks at these spots, and then go check them out before the disaster happens. Do you have access to it? If you parked your car right here, is this a big enough culvert for you and your family to squeeze into? Is it dry? Is it wet? Is it barred against beavers or something like that? Are there too many blackberry vines to access it? Figure this out beforehand. So if you're ever in a situation where you can't see anything, there's smoke coming and you can't drive anything more than 5 miles an hour, it's like driving in the fog, and you're not sure if fire is in front of you or behind you, your safest bet may be to pull over and wait out the fog so you don't collide with anybody. And if the fire's coming, get into that culvert. That's a way better idea than, say, getting right here with fire in front of you and behind you. There's no water right here. There's no culverts on this section of the road, right? This is how people die. They get trapped on a section of road with no shelter, and they don't know where shelter might be. Also, look at your satellite map and identify which one of your neighbors here has a pond or a swimming pool. In an emergency life or death situation, that's a good place to go. Also, look for recently plowed fields or green grass open areas. You can just park your car there or walk out and just sit down. The fire's not, assume this is a grassy pasture right here. That's perfect. Nothing's going to burn you here. Just park your car right there. Don't risk roads that may not be clear when they close real fast when burning trees fall over them. So just remember where you have shelter in place options. But you have to know that you can access these places. What if there's a huge fence or like a bridge out or something? And this might be a lovely grassy field, but like, is this bridge out? What the hell is that? You have to understand about this sort of thing. Do you have to ram down somebody's fence, as a last resort. Get to know your neighbors. Tell them about things, and don't give them a nasty surprise if possible. But what you got to do in a situation is what you got to do in a situation. So when I tell people make their evacuation plan, it's 3 different roads, three different paved roads in 3 different directions. If you don't have that, you can't get to those within 10, 20 minutes. Then you also need to highlight on all of these possible evacuation routes where the culverts and the bridges are that you can access. And your likelihood of survival is exponential. Now, if you find yourself just like my family did, where we only had 1 road out and it was at the very top of a massively tall hill, firefighters told us, you just need to make yourself a pond. If fire's rapidly spreading towards the top of your hill, don't bother doing anything but sitting in your pond. Throw that wool blanket over your head, trap breathable air, and ride it out. It'll be over in 2 hours. At the most. Looking back at chat, let's look at the next refresh. We're monitoring here. If you've just tuned in to Scott Fire. Now let me check and see how many people we got with us. It's not really that accurate. It looks like we have 28 people with us. Thank you for being here. 290-ish views in general. Hitting the like button helps us get trending, and then people will see it. So I really appreciate that. If anybody could slam that like button. We're donation based, and yeah, this is the part where I beg for a second for money. It's something I want to do full time, but I can't do without your help. Oh, PayPal is the best way to help me right now. Strange Redmond has got the link for that. You can hit the super links, super chat, super stickers. Even $1 helps, but they will take 30%. That's what YouTube does. So I'm totally grateful for everybody who has ever donated. I want to have a big thank you stream where I can read people's names, but I have to verify with them that that is okay with them first. But I appreciate every little penny. And if you can't donate with money, do not sweat it. If donating hurts, don't. It's okay. Pat me on the head, tell me I'm doing a good job. And the best thing you can possibly do is share the link to the stream, the YouTube thing. There's a little share button, like in the apps. And just text that to anybody you think might help, and any local Facebook groups, any local groups at all. And that is the #1 way we reach people, because the YouTube algorithm, it's designed for entertainment. Let's just put it that way. YouTube promotes what's already popular. And if it's a brand new subject, a brand new topic, like the Scott Fire in Yuba County, which, let's face it, nobody's ever heard of Yuba County outside of Yuba County, except for gold enthusiasts. I mean, it's famous in the gold panning world, but other than that, it just won't reach people. People can search for this fire event and see nothing. No results. So direct link sharing and word of mouth, that's the way to go. Thank you so much for doing that. And let's see here. Esri says I forget the name of one fire. The people in San Diego that caught in their cars? Yeah. San Diego. I don't recall that off the top of my head. There have been so many now. But that's why I try to teach people the car evacuation by vehicle is a window of opportunity that closes, and when the stuff's really hitting the fan, it closes really rapidly, and it's what everybody thinks that they have to do, and unfortunately, it's really what the government is promoting too. I really want to start giving lectures and perhaps record a lecture where I say, hey, officers, firefighters that are volunteer, anybody in law enforcement, National Guard, please don't tell anybody to drive through flames, or drive crazy, or panic people like I've seen done. You guys see the video where the well-meaning officer in Colorado, barged into a Costco and started shouting, "Everybody get in your cars and leave," and there was already a big traffic jam. Well, traffic jams and people driving crazy through smoke where they can't see is the #1 way to die. Just like a hurricane, the #1 cause of death is people dying in their cars with trying to leave too late. They drown in a hurricane and, well, they get trapped in a vehicle. Everybody who was at Costco should have just gone to the parking lot and sat in their cars. Costco parking lot's one of the safest places I can think of. A big box store parking lot? Yeah. What's going to burn in a parking lot, folks? Nothing. C-Probe says asphalt. No. Gasoline. Okay. So, all right, say something flaming rolls up against your car. That's why I say you put a wool blanket in your car, wrap it around your foot and punt that stuff to eternity, or whack it with the blanket and extinguish it, then get back in your car. Put your N95 on. Just wait it out. You're safe there already, and you're not making a traffic jam. So think about recently plowed fields, big box store parking lots, baseball diamonds. Go out onto a golf course and chill. This is where firefighters hang out and stage. College campuses, you want it to be big enough, parking lot, but the only thing is look for trees around you. If a tree catches fire, it will probably fall over at some point. Can the tree flatten your car? Just kind of look, eyeball how far can that tree fall. Make sure you're not directly under it or nearby. That's how most of the people survived in Paradise once the traffic jam began. They just went over to the Ace Hardware parking lot and lived. Even though the grocery outlet burned down and so did Safeway, parking lot had a whole bunch of green trees, parking lot decorative trees that survived, and so did people in their cars there. So just remember about that. I'm looking back up. Somebody is. I can look at chat. And remember, if you're causing a traffic jam, you're killing other people, potentially. If you have wrecked your car and have to abandon it, you're killing other people, potentially, because you're blocking the road. And you're preventing first responders from going up and down it. So never cause that traffic jam. Don't participate in it. Be the voice of reason and calm in the storm. And if you see other people running for their cars to get in them and just panic, say, chill right here. We're safe already. Point it out. You can really save a lot of people this way. Now, people might think that, I'm going to choke to death in my car. Just turn it off, roll up the windows, close the vents, put your N95 on, read a book. That's it. The smoke won't kill you unless, unfortunately, you're on oxygen and you don't have your oxygen. But that's the best way to deal with it. It'll pass. It'll pass eventually. And just calmly breathe and get your heart rate down and read a book. Read a book to your kids. There's enough air in wildfire smoke, even though it's awful, that the fire is still using it. So it's a myth that it can suck your oxygen away and whatnot. That's only within a structure, And by the time that happens, flashover occurred. You wouldn't have to worry about that. So was there bear urine involved? Desiree, you crack me up. Okay, so thank you again, Strange Reverend, for linking to PayPal. Let me look back up at the chat. This is open question answers time, and we're going to look again at our update. Oh, did anybody find a Broadcastify where we could listen to the chatter? And I'm so sorry, I haven't even looked at the pilot stuff for a while. Who's flying? Who is flying over the Scott fire? We've still got our big Chinook Vertol right there. We've still got an eye in the sky going around. Still got Attack 112, which is I would imagine is a second eye in the sky, or it's a military. It may be a military surveillance vehicle. I don't know if this is a copter or not. It shows a plane. but that's just a placeholder. It's saying that its aircraft type is hidden, you know. And so typically when you got military aircraft, it's assigned uh, and trackable, and we can oftentimes hear them. But sometimes it's something like a drone, and it's trying to scan for everything from hotspots to, you know, using surveillance equipment for wildfires. You see how it just did a rewind of rubber banding? Now, it didn't just go in a straight line like that back to this area. That's what happens when the transponder loses contact with flight radar, the program here. Like it maybe went into smoke and the signal was blocked for a bit. So what flight radar does is estimate where these aircraft are. And then once it gets a signal back, then it goes rewind, and it shows you where the aircraft is. So let's look at our current camera view of it. Oh, look how much better this is looking. Let's do a quick 15-minute time lapse. Yep. Now, I want to point out this is mostly oak savanna, the natural habitat of the California Valley and foothills. It is a fire-resistant natural habitat as long as people don't introduce the fire-promoting invasive trees like eucalyptus. I know Bangor and Loma Rica has a bunch of eucalyptus. It was a scam in the 1800s where Australians sold us those terrible bushfire promoting trees. But for the most part, it's oaks, and so you might think that these trees are burned up and dead. They're not. Oak trees resist fire very, very well. They have evolved to handle it. So this fire has fertilized them. And even though they might be blackened and dead looking, they'll perk right back up. It looked like there were thousands of dead oak trees after Paradise, but they perked right back up the next spring. So this will be good for them. I just hope that no structures were lost or livestock or anything like that. So let's look at our other view that we have from Jacob's Ladder. We've got a censored view right here. It must be somebody's backyard. Oh, I love this person's fire break. Look at this, friends. Now, a fire break you can create yourself really easily with your tractor. It's called drag the tractor next to your fence line. It needs to be about 8, 9, 10 feet wide. However long you could drag, but you just expose dirt. Basically plowing under the grass and just having a dirt line. That's a fire break. These grass fires move really quickly, but as long as the wind isn't insane, sometimes that's all you need to stop it. And firefighters love you to death for making a fire break like that alongside your property. That's awesome. So it's funny, the fire's coming directly towards this camera, actually maybe a little bit to the left. That's making the censorship drive me batty right now. I understand the privacy concern, but for love of cars, could we kind of turn that off for a moment? Oops, not that button. So that camera is located the Jacob's Ladder cam on Stenfield Hill, right next to Stanfield Hill. Holmes Lake is. Let's cross-reference this. Maybe we got a new flyover. Do we have a new flyover? Excuse me. Count topo of the GOES 17 satellite. 1 p.m. UTC. I think that's 3 minutes ago. And this is what we want to see. It's gone orange, guys. Hopefully it won't go red again. That means, oh, excuse me, GOES down here. 10 to 60 minutes here. 10 to 60 minutes old was the last time that they had a flare-up big enough to be a new detection, which usually means several acres. So it won't count the hot spots that it already showed. Those hot spots that it already did are going to fade into the color code if there's no new ones in the same spot. So this is great. This is looking good. So I am pleased with what's going on with the Scott fire. And, oh, we got a new thing to watch.
Oh yes, Intel 1-2, June 15th, 2023, 17:15.
Excuse me, guys. I hope
Over
that's
the
not
Scott
loud.
incident in EU, approximately 2 miles west of Collins Lake, approximately 1 mile west of Marysville Road. Fire currently mapped at 95 acres. You're looking at the heel of the fire in the reticle now. Right flank and head have a combination direct-indirect retardant across. 1 1/4 acre fire here on the green side of the road in the reticle now.
Wow.
Numerous structures in the black, numerous structures out in front of the head.
Oof.
End of recording.
Oh, end of recording. Tell us what the status of the structures is, please. Okay, I'm gonna show this again. First of all, I gotta verify. Was that too loud? I have no idea. Let me. Did you hear it? Did you hear audio here? What did I say? Yeah, we got surveillance on the fire. That was a surveillance. Yeah, that is pretty good. I think it's not going to spread too much more. Looking back at the chat, Esri says, oh no, okay. Ann Salty, hi, welcome. Sorry I didn't see your chat. Is there multiple fires being covered? Hope the fires not get bad this year. Yeah, don't we all? Yep, Beale is close by. They do scramble a lot of these surveillance planes out of Beale because that's what Beale does. Beale is where the SR-71 project that my dad worked on was at. I've seen a lot of UFOs in my childhood. And Dad just smiles at those. He sees them too, and he goes, yeah, there's something that replaced the SR. Wink. I've seen some very, very interesting stuff. But I think that's the best use of our military is protect our nation, not by blowing people up, not by killing people and breaking stuff, but by saving people and saving stuff. That's great. So Ann Salty says, just FYI, this looks to be in California, not Oregon or Washington. Yes, absolutely. Sorry, Ann. You can get my attention much brighter by doing at, and you type capital K-A-T, and then it should have a pop-up like click on my name. This is if you're in a browser with YouTube. This will highlight my name, and I will see that much better. And I will absolutely respond to everybody who has a question about fires. And just keep trying if you have a question. Now on mobile that doesn't work. I'm terribly sorry about that. So if you have a specific fire you want me to look at, absolutely, I can do that. And I do need to look at Oregon and Washington too. Because today's humidity is 20% at best in eastern Oregon near the Columbia Gorge. So unfortunately, we might have lost structures here in the Scott Fire in Yuba County. We've got a 95 acre count. Ferris, I don't know if you guys saw this or could you even hear it. Let me play this again.
Oh yes, Intel 1-2, June 15th, 2023, 17:15 hours over the Scott incident in EU, approximately 2 miles west of Collins Lake, approximately 1 mile west of Marysville Road. Fire currently mapped at 95 acres. You're looking at the heel of the fire in the reticle now. Right flank and head have a combination direct-indirect retardant across. 1 1/4 acre fire here on the green side of the road in the reticle now.
Right here.
Numerous structures in the black, numerous structures out in front of the head.
Okay, I'm not as concerned for the structures because if you notice these little white dots, these are presumably vehicles. I don't know if those are structures or vehicles. But you see this curve in the road. We can now identify which road this is. What he's saying is this in the black, the reticle is the crosshair. This is out of the main fire zone. So this must have been an ember or something that drifted over. Or maybe is where it began. I wouldn't think so because They stopped it up here at the road. I don't see a connection between the main fire and this one. Let's roll it back. Everything. Oh, actually, in infrared we do. No, we don't, actually. See how it's separate? Now, either right here. This could be like fire's origin went over. So I would think that this is uphill. And it went over, or the opposite happened, and it came from this direction and went over the road. I don't know from which direction. He's not specifying. So let's see. This is looking to the east, so this is the west side of the fire. Now, he says numerous structures in the black. Let's look at which ones. We can look that up and go to the Google Earth and whatnot. So, let's get onto terrain, and then we'll see. I believe, did you see that big massive curve in the road? It's here. I would interpret this curve in the road here, and he was at this point looking. Actually, no, he was looking east. He looking due east. Let's look at it again. Let's compare. Whoops. Where did I lose it? Oh, right here. Okay. So we just need to line up our roads. There's a dead end to a cul-de-sac here. Yeah, I think it's Loma Rica Road, not Marysville Road. I think but he was looking due east, and we saw a radical curve looking due east. Now that I'm having a hard time lining up in my head. Okay, squiggle there. What do you think, guys? Which spot do you think we're looking at? Now with CalTopo, we've got the heat detections, and that's the most radical curve that I can see. That's big on the landscape, and you can see even here this dead end that slits off, and it has a round thing. So let's do a satellite and see if this has a round turnaround right here. Kind of does. It's round, turnaround-ish. So sure that is slightly due east. By the compass it said so. Wait a second. What is this other compass down here? In between west and north?
Oh.
Why are there two compasses? Oh, that's all kinds of confusing. Okay, all right, we got a squiggle here in this road. That's next adjoining the road that terminates into a big dead end. All right, okay. That's just all kinds of confusing. All right, so where do we see a squiggle? Help me out, locals. This is hopeless for me to figure out. I'm not very good at this, like I'm only good at looking at maps north up, and then when you like turn them, my mind gets confused. So looking back over here, Desiree, this is true. And did anybody want me to look at a different fire? And I do want to check on what's going on in Eastern Oregon as well, and East Washington. The area sort of by Pendleton, sort of by Walla Walla has been impacted. Oh, I hate that light. Okay, friends, take off my shirt. Okay, cool off. I was really hoping we could line that up, and in Google Earth I can more easily change the compass direction. Here in Google Maps, we can't. So this could be our squiggle. Omarika Road. Sir. But we've got a curve here and a squiggle. Maybe it's right here. Strongbox Court and Wade's Way. And Limerika Road is in the distance. Let's see how hilly that looked. Let's take a look at that.
Oh yes, Intel 1-2. Numerous structures in the black.
Shut up. Okay. Program. All right. Yeah, he zooms out. That's a much more major road, and so is this. That, I would imagine, is Marysville Road. So if this is looking to the west, or like almost due west, slightly to the north, let's see if that lines up with what's up in my head. So if this is looking due west, yeah, and slightly to the north, could be that spot right there with Limerika Road in the background. I wish we knew exactly where his plane was when that video was taken. Either way, guys, what's lost is lost in there. I was going to hopefully just show like what structures might have been affected, because those are very distinct road patterns right here. Somebody with a little bit more of a, better way to look at this and rotate it could identify for that for me. We could know what possibly could have been lost here. So, hey, Lucky's girl, how are you? You used to be B girl, right? Am I correct on that? I don't remember anymore. Big Dog says there was a new fire yesterday near a retirement home in the Dalles. Any fires sitting in the truck parking lot? Right. Yeah, they had lifted the evacuations. So, go back, changing gears for just a minute. We'll go back to looking at the Scott fire, which we've spent quite a lot of time on. We haven't had an update in 32 minutes. I hope we get a new one soon. Excuse me. I should probably put on Broadcastify. Let me put that on in the background Broadcastify. Log in. So for your kind donations, I also have a subscription to Broadcastify so that it's ad-free. So listen, browse the feeds, California. That's what it looks like, friends. Go to, and you can listen live, but if you don't subscribe, you're gonna have ads, of course. Usually the Home Depot. I'm glad the Home Depot sponsors them, right? So we have 27 people listening to West Placer, Grass Valley, Yuba City. So that might be the other fire that's going on in between Grass Valley. Now, I would imagine since 84 people are listening, Yuba County Sheriff and Wheatland Public Safety, that might be related to the Scott fire. So put that on. Hopefully it won't be loud.
Get gifts to make every dad's day at JCPenney. Now during our Father's Day sale, shop for Pop and save an extra 20% off.
I am a premium member. Oh, did it reject my login? I was like, what? Whoa, wait, why did we just get an ad? All right, hang on. I know my password. You can't trick me. That's my password. Aha! Now I'm logged in. I don't make mistakes. What are you guys talking about? I know what you're talking about. I'm smooth. Smooth like that. Okay. Alright. Butte. Get off of Butte. Yuba. There we go. Alright. For real now. Play. Play. That's more like it. That's more like it. Alright, let's listen. And I'm going to check on Oregon now. We are listening to Yuba County.
County 46.
Got it.
Scratch my last. There's no water on this campsite. If an engine could be en route to douse it down, we're out of water.
Campsite. Okay, this is ruining some people's fun and enjoyment.
46, 507. Where are you at?
Sure.
I don't have the exact numbers, County.
Alright.
It's going to be in the area of 15175 Willow Glen, number C.
Let's check out Oregon.
507, you take Pine Ridge up, you get on top, there's going to be no gates, and you just follow down to the first downslope, you'll see the top of my car. There.
Okay. You can go to KOIN.com. They've got a wildfire monitoring thing for Oregon. Oh God. Massive Oregon DMV data breach. Oh God.
546 Yuba County.
So you go to news.
46.
CAL FIRE has been notified and they're trying to get somebody there as soon as possible.
To a campfire.
So far, it's contained and raked, and there's just some logs that are on fire still.
Cover.
Okay, so what you're talking about, guys, the Milepost 87 fire that had evacuations when I was sleeping. Wasco County said more information would be shared as soon as available. Evacuation levels were lowered, which is what I saw around 1 p.m. today. As progress is being made against the Milepost 87 fire, burning the
County
gals.
512, I'm 97 on the Big Oak.
Cover.
County 43, same traffic.
Cover.
David Haynes said to KOIN 6 that officials told him to drop everything we're doing and leave. Yeah, level 3 was just go now. He says because you got to get out now because it's below you, above you, and all around you, and it's dry. See what I mean about potentially causing panic? In some situations, sure, go now and get in your car is the appropriate action. In some situations, it's not. So I can't speak on that right now, but it says the blaze started near the city and quickly spread near the town on Wednesday evening. Wednesday evening? Do they mean like in the middle of the night? I was on. Okay. Fire usually travels up hills. Topography fueled the spread along with heavy winds. 3 homes were destroyed. God. And several other structures were damaged. 1 dog has died, but no person has been injured. On Wednesday night, the Red Cross Cascades opened a shelter at Gateway Presbyterian Church on Dry Hollow Road in response to the fire, but the organization announced it was closed just after 1 p.m. on Thursday. Those affected by the fire can still receive assistance by calling 1-800-RED CROSS. Wasco County authorities said more info would be shared as soon as it's available. Alright, so let's try to find the Milepost 87 fire current situation. So it looks like they just made a what goes on into a wildfire power shutoff decision. I don't care what goes on, it doesn't work. Whatever's been going on doesn't work. So this is in response to Pacific Corps being found guilty of feeding the monster Beachy Creek fire, which I evacuated my mother from in 2020. And it was fatal. It did have fatalities. It spread more rapidly than normal wildfires do. And the reason was because the wind was blowing down power lines. And, you know, the forest fire is spreading from the east, but not that fast. People far, far to the west were getting their evacuation route to the west cut off long before the forest fire reached any of the town. And that's because the power lines are going down in the entire canyon and burning down all of the towns simultaneously. Gates, Mill City, Lyons, and all these other places. So they had the most pathetic of excuses, saying, well, it's normally a local decision of the local linesmen. Well, yeah, they were running for their lives. That's stupid. And then at the executive level, they said, well, no managers were awake at the time. They couldn't tell the rest of anybody else to,
46 fire on scene.
to turn it off.
Tower.
Okay, so we've got get set notices still in progress. Oh, they may have some footage here.
County 43.
Whoa.
Good.
We were UTL anything on Big Oak.
This is yesterday, friends. This is Milepost 87 fire.
Tower. Confirming we can clear the call. Tower.
Copyright reasons, can't really show much of that, but that is fair use to look real quick.
County 536.
And
Go ahead.
they're very cool.
RP wanting contact.
Negative.
98 UTL.
All right,
Somewhere.
they're still trying to track down a campfire that's burning somewhere in Yuba County. They're saying negative contact so far, so they haven't tracked it down. Well, let's go to Cal Topo, zoom into Oregon. As soon as we get an update on launch duty, guys, for the fire down there, I do want to be informed. So the Dalles is way over here. It's closer to Portland. Get our shade relief down for the moment. And I do not see a GOES detected hotspot, but they normally hover over California. I wouldn't expect too much. Now, Modus and Veers, I would expect something from by now. Not seeing it. And if you try to refresh, it's supposed to refresh automatically. I'm not seeing it. So, but it should have showed up on Modus and Veers. So that's no help, really. I'll have to look it up manually, the region. And I saw something very interesting in that video. Did that look like power lines to you? Does that look like power lines to you? I'm always hyper aware of them now. So let's. Does that get bigger? Please tell me that gets bigger. No. Let's look at it. We continue to listen to Yuba County. Any updates going on? Seafort Park at the Dalles Dam Visitor Center. Seafort Park at the Dalles Dam and Information Center. Alright. That'd be right here. Alright. Lone Pine. Seafort Park, yep, right here. Yeah, see all those power lines, guys? I saw that little video. This is the... Wow. The Dalles Dam. Super high tension lines. Doesn't mean they had anything to do with the fire, but, woo. It's quite dangerous when that does occur, for one, and for two, see this substation. Massively large substation. So if fire reaches these, you got one hell of an inferno. Now, here are dwellings at a trailer park. So I would imagine they may have lost the structures right along here. But I mean, you are going to find lots of power lines around a dam. That's just a no-duh sort of a thing. But when there's overheating of this sort of thing, look at all the dry grass around here. This has been nice and plowed here. Look at those nice things. But this could be a very, very old satellite. There's a guide supposed to be somewhere that shows the age of the satellite picture. Big Dog says yes, it was burning directly under some major high voltage power lines, but was not started by them. Oh, do we have an information about possible ignition source? Thank you so much, Strange Reverend. He's putting up the link where you can donate if you need to. You have a persuasion. Hey, J-Cat, how you doing? Do we have any information on what caused that, the 87 milepost fire? Yeah, they've had red flag, and that was red flag on Tuesday, and of course fire started further east. And so they've been warning everybody up and down the Columbia Gorge to not be stupid with fire and to make secure tow chains, the usual. Extinguish fires with water, blah, 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 recreation. And if we knew exactly where the evacuation was, I could tell whether or not it was wise to leave. So the level 3 go now was, there's Oregon Veterans Home right there. And then U.S. Department of Energy right there. So let's look. This is the home. It's a large facility. Now, if you have time to leave, that is, of course, your best course of action. But when you're trying to evacuate an entire veterans home like this, there's plenty of shelter-in-place options. This parking lot right here, right there, safe. This is low scrub, low bushes, whatever. Even if the entire structure is on fire, safe right there in that corner of the parking lot. I would worry about heat stress for people, but say the road was cut off or you didn't know if it was, there's plenty of places to hang out. This little section, pavement, totally safe.
12,500.
So
12. Investigator is on Fargo, down towards Scott Grant on that side. So far.
That's the fire zone in the Scott Fire in Yuba County, California, that we're listening to. So they are talking about that fire. I was kind of wondering, is this just general sheriff talk? But they are talking about the fire, the Scott Fire. We'll check it for updates in just one moment. So, hey, Big Dog, how have you been? And let's see here. Yeah, it's too much smoke in Ontario to see the fires here. I bet. Yeah, we were talking a bit earlier about the futility of trying to put out a massive wildfire in Canada. It's like war. Just think of big wildfire fighting. It's the exact same principle as war. You cannot win a war with air power alone, but it's your best, most powerful thing. Air superiority in war, meaning your planes are the best, right? That's how you win a modern war. It's no longer a war of tanks and stuff on the ground. Tanks became obsolete in the middle of World War II because aircraft just blow them up with missiles. They're only using it in Ukraine right now because the air part of the war is over and nobody's using planes for some reason. Don't ask me why. But whoever uses planes is going to win. Tanks are dumb and stupid and obsolete. Don't really have any use anymore, but what do I know? I'm just a genius, according to the war games I play. But, yeah, so never mind the Ukraine.
569.
You're partying like it's... The Ukraine is...
Do you want me to keep it closed up here at the county line, or can I open it? Go ahead and keep it closed for now. Stand by. I'll get a better answer in a minute. 10 more.
10-9.
10-9. We're around this one right now. I'll give you an update in about 5.
10-9 means say again. What the hell was that? 10-4 means, oh, I understood you. Anyway, in the Ukraine war, they're partying like it's 1939. Don't ask me why. It's a strange and bizarre situation out there. So what I was saying is, you can't win a war, though, through air power alone. You can't police the ground from the air. So wildfire fighting is the same thing. Air power is going to win any hard battle. If it's not mega yet, And it's not impossibly large yet. Air power will win, but it can't win alone. Your ground troops win. They go in and they do the dirty work and the hardest work and the most dangerous work. I can't say it's actually more dangerous. Being a pilot dropping retardant is actually extremely dangerous. But as long as they're not crashing, they're high above the fire and in safety, right? So your ground troopers have to access the fires. So this is why you have to have fire access roads or it's hopeless. You cannot save a forest without fire access roads, period. Roads. They used to put hot shots, the smoke jumpers, parachute them out of airplanes into road forests and wilderness without a quick way out, such as without a road. And we had mass fatality events where we lost 20 plus smoke jumpers at a time. Because hiking is slow. You need a vehicle to get you the hell out of there. Or a helicopter landing pad for evacuation at the very least. Or you need a mine or something to retreat to underground. So look at Canada's remote wilderness without roads and just how long it would take to drive, their firefighters into the middle of nowhere. Like Saskatchewan's a big place. So by the time they get there, it's going to be gigantic and out of control. They can try to put a pause on the spreading fire with a bunch of retardant and hopefully buy time for crews to arrive. Oh boy, my dinner's about ready, friend. What? About 10 minutes? Alright, thank you. That's sea probes over and let's cook a dinner for me. Isn't this awesome? We were supposed to have a meeting today about airplanes and possibly shooting the Dixie Fire's aftermath from the air. But, well, I had to go live. So like I said, because they can't possibly get fire crews into Saskatchewan, I mean, heck, I could just zoom out and show you Saskatchewan. You want to see Saskatchewan? It's quite large. See this? Look at how big it is compared to so many states of the United States. And yes, these are all hotspot detections, by the way, not all of which are fires. It's everything from steel mills and lumber mills and stuff, smokestacks. So don't think the entire world's on fire here. Swamp fires and not campfires, but it looks worse than it is. Bigger.
512, 504.
The more you zoom out.
Good. 10-4, we can release that loss for Haley. Summer.
So when
We can release that low marine.
All right.
4, 512, I'm just about 97 where you're at. I'll get with you.
They're releasing crews at Loma Rica.
Area of Marysville and Bayberry.
Okay, all tankers and the copters have been released, or will be really shortly.
Head that way.
Ground.
If you can start that way, you got a report of a fire underneath the power poles, Bayberry and Marysville Road.
Oh.
10-4, I'm at Crosstar and Pony Express, heading that way.
10-4. My partner's taking a 911 call and it might be a possible arson.
Well,
512, 504.
what?
Yeah,
Oh.
Sir 552, just information only. The suspect might be a Donald Skyver driving a white Honda.
What?
10-4.
Oh.
507.
507.
Can you advise CHP, they have a roadblock right there at Marysville and Loma Rica Road. They might see that car coming down.
10-4.
All right, this changed to an active manhunt, friends, for a possible arsonist. Just as this fire is winding down, and look at this. Overall, the fire is looking good. This is Yuba County, California. Sheriff's office, the 911 op was just talking to the sheriff's office. Somebody named Donald in a white pickup may have just started a new fire under a power line at Marysville and something road. Look, here's power lines. Maybe it's there. Yeah, Bayberry Lane, this spot.
County DA10.
They're closing the
DA10.
road, trying to apprehend
Where
him.
that fire was supposed to be Marysville at Bayberry.
Affirmative.
Whoa, stop the press. We even have a suspect, and he's possibly traveling south on Marysville Road, and they're trying to put up a roadblock on Loma Rica Road. That's going to be... Where is that intersection? That's actually north, actually. Excuse me, friends. Isn't it north?
County DA10.
Back up.
DA10.
No, it's south.
97 Bayberry, and I do see some smoke back there. Driving in to check it out.
10-4.
Woo! Book 'em down. Oh, yeah, big dog. Woo! Alright, so now I think it's appropriate to reveal something. Now, I don't want to start a lynch mob, please.
Just
guys.
informationally, we do have history with a Donald Skyver in a black 91 Honda.
Criminal record or interaction with the cops.
1204.
Okay. I'll take a note here.
12504. Good. Since we're giving up those, have all the units 98 with Unibolo for that vehicle.
All cars, calling all cars. So the time is 6:40 p.m.
69, 512.
Suspected arson manhunt begins. The fire was winding down.
Or 5 DA10.
This just got exciting unexpectedly.
Traffic for you, County, go ahead.
One
County
sec.
DA10, that's affirmative. Approximately 200 by 50 foot grass fire, slow, smooth spread directly underneath the transmission power lines on Bayberry.
10-4.
Wow. Transmission power lines. If power lines show up on a map like this, they're the big ones.
5297.
Yeah, get 'em, boys. Mind you, everybody's everybody's innocent till proven guilty. But I do have information to share for a second. I don't want to start a lynch mob or anything,
DA10, 552.
or any kind of mob.
DA10.
Please do not beat people up
Are you back in on Bayberry?
or come to
Affirmative,
conclusions.
just past the first house.
Make citizens arrests.
10-4, make my way to
friends.
you.
Report them to the police. Don't take the law into your own hands. I know
I'm heading
how.
out. There's nothing I'm going to be able to do. I'm just going to use the fire trucks.
There's a copter.
10-4. Do you think we need to evacuate these houses?
Jesus. All right.
He's moving easterly. I'm going to contact this first house. County, I'll be out at 6396 Bayberry.
Okay, friends, if you know anybody in this region, please, if they're over by Bayberry Road and Marysville Road, please tell them right now. Call them, text them, call them actually. Say, get ready to leave because this fire is now spreading. This is a new start. It is at Marysville Road and Bayberry Road, Yuba County, California. If you know people in this region, they're going to start going door to door. This is at Dolan Harding Road, Peoria. This was previously not under evacuation. Now it is. It's about to be because the fire is spreading. So this is significantly south of where the fire was. It looks like, from what the police have just said, there is an arsonist who has just set a new fire. So it's under the power lines at Bayberry Lane and Marysville Road. So everybody at Dolan Harding, Peoria,
King 52.
south of there and east of there.
It's going to be back towards the 5th residence. I think it's 6322. Back in that area.
6322.
10-4.
That Bayberry Lane. Yeah.
7 on Bayberry.
Okay, so anybody near Bayberry Lane, see how they have one way out? What
Unit
is
at Scott Grant on Lomarica, 512. 38.
38, can you push back to Wade's and Scott Grant? You can release Lomarica.
How insidious. Trapping people with only one road
Any
out.
non-fire units, stay off of Bayberry. They're not going to be able to get in. Non-fire units, please get off Bayberry.
Wow. So they're pulling the police out because death trap nature of a, one way out kind of a deal. Bayberry and Pioneer Trail
1238.
look like a loop here. But remember, the wind is blowing from the west to the east. So the people on Dolan Harding Road, I know some of these people, actually. I don't know if it's still the same landowners.
12.
Make your phone calls.
I'm the only patrol car on Scott Grant and Lomarica right now.
Yeah, Firm, if you can give that up and go to Wade and Scott Grant.
Okay. In fact, texting my dad right now. Dad, if you know anybody near Dolan Harding Road right now, an arsonist just lit a fire at Bayberry Lane.
Where was the address for the RP? On Bayberry.
And Marysville Road, period. Call them right now and tell them to prepare to evacuate.
They were calling from 6322, 6322.
3612.
Go ahead.
Are you able to respond to that 6322? Get with the RP. I'm 97 on Bayberry County.
10 bar.
You see why I can't eat? Like, I'm on Firestream and like dinner becomes ready.
24.
512?
Yeah.
504, Yuba County, go ahead.
Can you give that bolo to CHP in Marysville as well, just in case he's coming down the hill?
I already
Get him.
provided to CHP an affirmative on Marysville.
Yep.
The only thing that's good about this is it's relatively flat ground. People might be able to run on foot if they need to, to Little Dry Creek or elsewhere, get to a culvert, if anybody is trapped by this. But these are the people who are, you remember what I was saying about prepare? Even if you're not told to, because your fire could show up on your door, even if it's unrelated but nearby the first fire. I didn't want to be a psychic. Oh, I hope that people who are still here, I think they've tuned out, the ones who were down by Peoria and not in the evacuation zone. Oh. Okay. Big Dog says KGW News is reporting a fire has started near the freeway. I'm going to assume that's I-5 near Portland or something. Okay, let me quickly take a look at that. We continue to listen to the unfolding manhunt story. The Scott fire just got a lot more interesting now that an arsonist has perhaps just started a new fire south of the evacuation zone. And the police are now on a manhunt for this person. It now appears the suspicious origins of the Scott fire, which I was going to talk about. I'm now suspecting, that it was an arson fire. I was going to mention only if we had a reason to mention the suspicion of arson. When I had a couple of locals talk to me last summer, where they said they thought an arsonist was near this area.
DA-10, go ahead.
We're going to check on Oregon real quick. We're listening to the manhunt now and the new spreading fire south of the Scott fire in
DA-10,
Yuba County.
Yuba County, go ahead.
Oh my God, that's about John Day. I was going to write a story about him.
King 52.
I'll
King
look
52.
at that later. I don't see a breaking news
With
thing.
fire on Bayberry, they've got it mostly knocked out. And we're checking for any signs of arson now.
10 bar.
Wow. Wow. Okay, that's good. They've got mostly the new start that they believe was just started by a specific person, because they must have just identified the vehicle. And this is a kind of small town area where the sheriff is probably familiar with everybody. I'm waiting to hear that they catch him. There's really not many places a person can
52.
escape to. This is a dumb arsonist.
Good.
So Cal Fire is advising they have an investigator en route to this as well.
Over.
Okay, looking back down.
52, I'm out with him right now and he's headed your way.
10-4.
Thanks, I got some supper coming here.
Some lemon juice.
Oh.
I brought you in case you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So, where can I? It's this way. Okay, I'm trying to center myself, guys. Thank you. C-Pro just brought me some food. Like I said, we're supposed to have a meeting today about flying somewhere, renting an airplane when this went live. So, okay, that was yesterday. Big Dog. Yeah, that was yesterday. So they're saying that it started by the freeway. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was some new event. We're going to go back and look at, you know what? The cameras, guys. Maybe the cameras would have shown that new start. It'll be in time lapse if so. The new suspected arson. And I'm going to catch people up on this. And I've texted my dad that they've got that fire under control. But since you know what? Since that arsonist is still at large right now,
5243.
I don't think he should cancel any phone calls he might be making.
Do you have any other info regarding the 451 portion?
We're working on that right now.
Where's Bayberry? I'm disoriented again. Heard of Bayberry. Let's see, where's your power lines? Rico Road. Here, nope. This is it. No, that's Scott Grant. Big Oak Lane. Bayberry right there. Alright, this camera was right on it. The Payne's Peak was right on it. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse. Yeah, that's the new start. See the power lines right there, friends. It was on the normal fire. It pivots over to the one started to the south. Wow. Wow. Okay. I'm so sorry, Big Dog. He says, my uncle, who was a World War II vet, passed away there at that veterans home a number of years ago. I hope it's a good facility. It looks pretty big. So, looking back at the situation here, I want to reiterate now that everything's gotten exciting. They have not caught the arsonist at large. The manhunt is underway. That's something that I'm actually not too surprised about. Of course, I am surprised, but the people who live, the locals near Bangor and Loma Rica, Browns Valley, have been traumatized by fire so many times. Everybody is quite careful.
5212.
Yet.
52. Are you down Bayberry at 6, the very end?
Hey, firm. Cal Fire is getting statements now.
So far. You ever 21 on you?
Hey, firm.
We'll give you 21.
There's a surveillance plane in the air. Please just try to find the arsonist. This is what would be best use of it right now. You can see how they jog down here to Bayberry. Please go find the dude. Okay, arsonists are oftentimes not that bright. I have a high confidence they could catch this person. They have a vehicle description. They have a license plate. They have a name. Now, these are not the best roads on Earth. There's some, the thicker ones here paved, and almost nothing else is. Most of them dead end. And then you'd have to be on foot in the middle of an oak scrub wilderness with sticker bushes that grow as high as your nipples. With very few water sources unless you go down canyons. Most of the creeks this time of year are dry. So if this person couldn't get very far on foot, it would be extremely slow going. This man they're looking for. All right, to recap the situation for anybody tuning in right now, because it's got quite interesting. There's an active manhunt.
512.
Let's listen.
Good.
We're listening to the sheriff and fire of Yuba County, California.
10, good. 12.
Oh, we're almost done. I gotta buy more butter. Shoot. Okay, the moment I start talking, they're gonna say something. We're listening intently to Yuba County Sheriff and Fire. The 911 operator lady butted in not too long ago, around 6:40 p.m. It's now 6:56. They said a new fire had started. Apparently there had been a 911 call because the Peoria Road area and the Bayberry Road area is significantly south of where this Scott fire was being fought and was wrapping up. And as they were wrapping up, and I had just tuned in, just began saying, look, great news, they're dismissing a lot of the ground crews as well as the air. Just as I was saying that, I was interrupted by, there is a new fire underneath the power lines at Bayberry Lane, which is south of the Scott fire.
512. Good.
So Lone Reef is still blocked in Douglas. Do you still need that roadblock in place?
Negative. We just needed Wade and Scott Grant and Scott Grant and Fargo.
All I got was static.
Negative. We just needed Wade and Scott Grant and Fargo and Scott Grant.
Or I'll let them know.
Wade and
Was
Scott
there a
Grant.
unit near Highway 20 in Marysville Road? On that Bayberry fire?
Yeah, one are covering each other.
Okay.
500. Is there enough for a bolo for that vehicle on Bayberry? Can you get any information on it?
500 by 12.
Go ahead.
They're working on that now, and I'm checking cameras right now.
Is there a unit near Highway 20 in Marysville Road? Hold your traffic for Bolo. County King 52. The vehicle the suspect might be in is a light-colored, possibly white SUV with black spray-painted windows. Working on further now. Stand by.
Cover.
Unit the Bolo on Marysville Road. The white CRV just turned up from Highway 20. We're following another one that's going down towards the valley. Copy.
Active manhunt for an arsonist, friends. It's a white SUV, it looks like, maybe not a pickup, with black spray painted windows. They initially said perhaps a pickup. I would keep my eye out for both if I was in the area. And the law enforcement, which crawling all over the area already, are after.
Do we have the girlfriend's name to see if we can do a reverse 28 on her?
What's a bolo, guys? Polo or bolo? What does that mean in law enforcement?
County King 52.
Go ahead.
All we know is that her name's Tabitha. She's in her 40s. Unknown last name.
Tell her.
Wow. I'm supposed to be in a organ dart meeting. Excuse me, guys. I keep getting out of frame. I was supposed to be in an organ dart meeting about the airplane rescue.
Johnny, 507, stand by. We're going to be out with it. It's the white Ford.
White Ford.
507, 10-4. 507, what's your 20 with it?
In Boyd 299.
10-4, what's your 20 with it?
It's going to be 20 near Loma Rica.
10-4.
Bravo, Skyver, and WFA.
10-4.
Yeah. Yeah, be on the lookout. Okay. Oh, it means be on the lookout. Okay. Thank you, Bolo.
507, that 29's clear. 28 when ready.
So they.
Is there a marked unit close to 507?
County, you're 20.
What your 20 means? Where are you? Right?
County further in, headed that way. Dylan Harding from Marysville.
Or what is your status?
Sorry.
Right? What's your 20? If I can get a word in, I'll explain the backstory. But it's an active manhunt right now for the arsonist, so the Scott Fire in Bangor and Loma Rica area, Yuba County, near Collins Lake. So just as they were winding down the Scott Fire, then a new one, which I can show you the start of, the camera pivoted over pretty quickly. Payne's Peak camera did. This is the live view of the Scott Fire, but the it pivoted back
County
over.
512, I'm route to 507.
Cover.
This is what happened approximately 6:39. This is a new fire that began by the high tension, underneath the high tension power
12
lines.
King 52. Go ahead.
They are calling it arson.
Cal Fire investigators getting a statement now, and then he's going to head down and deal with him.
Copy.
Yeah, it looks like the fire at Bayberry Lane is now under control, but there's an active manhunt for somebody in a white SUV. Named Donald.
50743.
I wonder what the...
County 507.
507.
Oh, Donald Skyver and Tabitha Hardigan. Henry Adam, Robert Tom, Ida George Adam Nora.
10-4.
Okay. The suspect's girlfriend is a Tabitha Harding.
County 5397 area.
53, 10-4. Break 507 County.
But
I have 27 info when you're ready for it.
super good.
10-4. In regards to Donald, he is showing expired FTs are clear. He's clear local to NCIC. Tabitha Hardigan is none issued. FTs are clear. She's clear local to NCIC.
I did not understand that. A lot of Donalds have been in trouble lately. Big dog. Thank you so much, Stranger Evan, for showing the PayPal. We are donation funded here. If I don't get donations, I can't continue what I do, which is stop my life and I monitor these fires for folks. This just got exciting. I want to quickly recap as fast as I can. So earlier today, Scott Fire started, and now I'm going to call it under suspicious circumstances. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. I didn't hear that, so I went live to cover that. Approximately 2.5 hours ago, it was in progress at the time. They roadblocked the area in Yuba County, which everybody knows. Marysville Road headed to Loma Rica. North of Peoria Road, though, is where the evacuation area was. The wind was blowing from
County
west.
546.
546.
I'm just giving you a status check. My radio is off. I'm code 4 out with CAL FIRE now.
10-4.
What does I am code 4 mean? I forget. Okay, so look, it's just as they were getting the fire under control, because it looked like it was going to head from west to east to possibly Collins Lake. They started evacuating West
512,
Shore.
518. I'm out with CHP, still at the hard closure at Loma Rica and Marysville, confirming Loma Rica is all open. Or we can lift that. 10-4 on bus.
They're lifting a roadblock.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm missing my meeting, but this is way too exciting. I was supposed to be in a meeting with C-Probe's got it, with C-Probe about disaster relief that pilots can do if there's a massive earthquake, the ODART thing. Oregon Disaster Airlift Relief Team. I think it's team. Yeah. So you might hear him in the background every once in a while. We were supposed to have a Zoom meeting. So anyway, I went live instead to cover this because this is my place I grew up. And so this fire is most important for me to cover. We are trying to, what's going on in Eastern Oregon
County
and
507.
Washington as well.
507.
Just for info, we're getting info about a possibly related to a 245.
10-4.
Assault with a deadly weapon? 245, right? He just said. Is that a prior or is that in progress? I think it's a prior. The suspect committed assault with a deadly weapon? Am I interpreting what just happened on the radio correctly? Okay, so I dropped, in the back of my mind, and I did not vocalize it yet. I was going to. I was going to say, I wonder if this has to do with the arsonists that people told me about last year, the locals. I was going to go meet with them.
512, 569.
It's an active manhunt, guys. We have to pause what I'm saying in order to listen.
Did you say Loma Rica was open? If so, can I open up the county line? Affirmative. 10-4.
Alright, so they're opening, they no longer have a manhunt roadblock.
512, DA-10. 512. Need anything further from me? Negative. County DA-10, you can show me 1010.
10-4, good night.
What's 10?
County 53, UTL so far.
53, they're at Loma Rica and Marysville. Correction, Loma Rica at Highway 20.
What? A fight's in progress.
4.
Okay, I'm really confused.
DA-10, 507. DA-10. Are you still on Bayberry? Negative.
Or does it just mean negative?
507, 512, 52 is.
Just for info, the story we're getting, since these guys might be victims.
Whoa. All right. Now, they didn't catch him yet, John. There may be a fight in progress. Locals may have somehow engaged in violence with the suspect. I don't know. He says they seem to be victims. I'd try to stop somebody if I saw arson. That's for dang sure. I don't know what is happening though. Smitty, you understand police codes better than I do.
507 Yuba County.
507.
Who are you doubled with?
509.
We're just confirming Lomerick at 20.
Affirmative.
Tower 53, copy.
No word, Desiree, on if this suspected arsonist Donald has bad hair or orange skin either. Sorry, I'm trying to be funny. He says, does this Donald have an atrocious hairpiece too? Okay. Doesn't matter which side of the political spectrum you're on, you can make fun of his hair. It's pretty bad. And the whole orange thing. But let's not get political, I'm just saying. It can be funny. Okay, guys. I'm going to try to wrap this, summarize this as fast as I can, because I'm supposed to be eating my dinner. It's going cold now. It's lemon flavored cod here, battered. I'm supposed to be in a meeting about Oregon disaster relief in a case of earthquakes, because I'm a founding member and I'm supposed to be, helping them with their
507, King 52.
I can't summarize.
507. CAL FIRE's investigators en route to you. Never.
I can tell you a little bit about psych profiles of arsonist Desiree. I know a little bit about it. They're very different animals, though. Very different creatures, each type of arsonist. All very scary. All callous and cruel. So, okay. There's an active manhunt in progress. We're listening now live. This is live to Yuba City Fire and not Yuba City, excuse me, Yuba County Fire and Police, Fire and Sheriff. So they lifted the manhunt roadblock that was ordered at Marysville Lamarica Road, which is up here. They have maintained it though on a different road, which is not Dolan Harding.
507, King 52.
Further north.
Go ahead. Can you give me a 21 so we can work out this 245 aspect? Affirmative, stand by.
23 out with 507.
Tower.
I just can't remember where the other road is located. Excuse me, guys. I haven't lived here for a long time. I was not a permanent resident. I was a visitor. Dad had rural property and blah, blah, blah. Orchards and blah, blah, blah. This is not exactly Green Valley Road. This is Watch Duty's map I'm cycling around on, so it's not going to show all roads. It's going to be much easier to orient myself if I go back here. There are new roads now that I've never seen before.
That's 197.
Aha. They moved the roadblock
36 Alpha, units of Highway 20 in Lomarica.
here. Right here.
10-5. 552, County. Which 21 are you on? Your work or personal?
Personal.
Okay, I'm listening to the ODART meeting. I mean, C-Probe's got a bad case of cell yell. Cell yell is when people yell at cell phones, as if it's the 80s. Remember how bad cell phones were? You could talk normal, but if he's ever wearing a headset or something, it's cute. He's a pilot. He yells into the headset. So sorry about that. All right. So the Scott Fire started earlier today. For all those just tuning in, it's an active manhunt. We're listening to the Yuba County Sheriff's and fire. Bad enough was the Scott Fire that suspiciously, I'm just going to say it now, started. And they were west of Collins Lake, so they shut down this general area right here. Loma Rica Road, Marysville Road area. So that was under mandatory evacuation with other people on standby, especially the west shore of Collins Lake. They were warning people to get ready to leave. They expanded the mandatory evacuation closer to Collins Lake at some point, and then people south of there, like by Peoria Road,
5397 on 20 Loma.
were not under evacuation. And then all of a sudden a fire started there when the initial fire was wrapping down to the north, or winding down, wrapping up. Fire crews were just leaving. Law enforcement was just lifting road closures, and then somebody showed up in a white either pickup or SUV now, right at the exact location of power lines at Marysville Road and Bayberry Lane. Where the heck? I keep losing it. I'm sorry, friends. Right here. Right underneath a high tension power line. We saw the camera sort of captured it. It pivoted and it showed in a time lapse a new smoke pretty far away. I mean, the camera says it all. Here is our time lapse. Unavailable. Arg. Okay, refresh. Play now. This is last 15 minutes. It's gonna be 30 now that we gotta do. Nope, it's gonna be 1 hour now. We gotta do. So it was covering the Scott Fire, which is over here. All of a sudden, excuse me. As you can see, it was covering the Scott Fire, and it pivots, and there, far away. Rewind it. Here's the power line, the high tension power line at Marysville Road. You can see some smoke there. So all of a sudden, coming up on the radio was the sheriff's office saying, looks like this is arson. Let's shut down roads and create a roadblock. They created a roadblock north and south on Marysville Road. They've narrowed it down to, they've lifted the one at Loma Rica and Marysville Road. They now have it going at Grant Scott Road. So I hope this means that they've cornered the suspect a little bit. I hope that means he didn't get away. But then there's some really confusing chatter here just minutes ago of how there was a 10-10 status for some officers, meaning that they are witnessing a fight in progress or engaged in a fight in progress. And then they said back to dispatch that it looks like the people we're interviewing perhaps are victims. So I do not know if locals engaged the suspected arsonist or tried to make a citizen's arrest, or if the person tried to, I don't know, desperate outlaw-esque, just tried to steal vehicles or get away somehow, or God knows. Unclear. I'm really wanting some clarity on this. But we only hear over the radio what's being spoken through dispatch. We can't hear the cops talking to each other. We don't hear the sheriff talking directly to anybody. We do know that CAL FIRE was already investigating the other fire's origin, and now they're walking over to investigate the new one. Now, what's really insidious about starting a fire on Bayberry is it's a dead-end road. And they started talking about evacuating new people and up and down that area. If it had started spreading, then everybody near Peoria to the south needed to be on alert. So I just called for people to call, text anybody, reach somehow anybody in the vicinity, and let them know about this new fire start and an arsonist. Right now, I can't say that the whole area is safe. Even though the initial Scott Fire is winding down and they had slammed it with retardant in airplanes, and a really good, robust response from ground crews. If this arsonist is still large, and it sounds like a crazy person, because who in the heck, with this area crawling with law enforcement, who in the heck would decide in broad daylight to go and start a new fire that would be obviously arson south of the original one? Whoever this is a bit unhinged and not quite with it. It's like begging to be caught. But the profiles, psychological profiles of arsonists, they can vary between criminal masterminds, which is extremely rare, to firebugs. You go to criminal masterminds, which are intelligent people, to completely bat beep crazy firebugs, which usually have IQ around 70. Usually begin their firebug career as children. You get that type of person. When you get more normal, what you would call normal people, not really geniuses and not really morons, the number one motivation for arson is typically revenge. And that can mean they want people dead. If they're on the slow end of the intelligence spectrum, these types may have an extreme difficulty with thinking about the consequences of their action. Sometimes they do want people dead, and they don't care who they take with them. They don't care about the collateral. Their goal is wanton destruction and revenge upon whoever. That could be anybody from, law enforcement, like trying to burn down police stations, to, like we saw when the Black Lives Matter protests went south and the arsonists came out to hide amongst the normal protesters. That can be angry at the world, and I want the world to be punished, or it could be a specific individual or a specific family, like Family Feud-esque type stuff. So if you hate your neighbor, you might just light a fire on your neighbor's property, kind of stuff. So I can't speculate on what the heck's going on here. I can just tell you, in my mind, what I would personally think might be the most likely of situations here. This person's as dumb as a box of rocks. Mind you, the police could be looking for the wrong person. They could be manhunting down the wrong person. They could have gotten a really coincidental, innocent local and saw their vehicle go past when a fire started. We know that it's arson. This wasn't just an accident. But you know how innocent people can be brought up in things. I don't know. I wasn't real clear whether or not this person had a prior felony conviction or whatever. However, the police did say that this Donald person was known to them. And, that's in plain English, police are suspicious of this person. Law enforcement is suspicious of this person. And so they've had dealings with this person before. Conflict of some sort. Doesn't necessarily mean conviction, but conflict. So to go ahead and start arson twice in one day is what it now seems. When the area is now crawling with law enforcement, when there's aircraft in the sky, literally still a helicopter and a literal surveillance aircraft in the sky. You gotta be completely moronic. I would say I'd take a wild guess here that this person, now I don't see any aircraft immediately over the area, but we were monitoring, it looked like perhaps a military surveillance plane. The one that took the FIRIS infrared, is probably out of Beale to commit a crime in this region that doesn't have a lot of escape routes. When you're known to the local police and officers, when there's aircraft in the air that can track you, when there's a surveillance plane in the area that can track you. Dumb as a box of rocks, dumb as a post, dumb as a bag of hammers. That's about the intelligence credit amount that I would give this person. So we know that if if someone's a firebug, their motivation is excitement. Fire excites them, perhaps even sexually. That's the nature of a firebug. They're typically male. We don't know why. It's also related to psychopathy. And what sociopaths have in common with other dumb criminals is the inability to think ahead, see the consequences of their actions. And so they just know fire fun. You know, they're the kids that play with matches and burn down the school library, and they just get really super excited. They usually hang around to watch the fruits of their labor. They're usually in the crowd watching. And because, like I said, the excitement, the sickos, truly sickos. However, when you look at more people that are like, you look at arson from a, say, a typical criminal standpoint, not a person who's intelligent enough to drive a vehicle, get a driver's license, live independently on their own, which sometimes firebugs are not able to. Sometimes they're the kind who perpetually lives their life with grandma. The kind of person intelligent enough to have a vehicle. But revenge is the number one motivation. It's not really excitement. Number two, I believe, is typically fraud. It's insurance fraud. So whether or not that involves
512, 510. Good. If you're not 10-6, give me your name and spot to 98. What's your toy? I just turned on Loma Rica from Marysville. I'm out on Loma Rica 20, trying to make it here. Hey, firm.
Okay. Chatter about the law enforcement converging in the area. I want to hear that they have somebody in custody. We're not hearing that yet, and I'm starting to get worried that perhaps they slipped by somehow. Enough time has now passed because I wrote that down. It was approximately 6:40 p.m. It was almost an hour later, guys. 7:26 p.m. when this was first reported on police chatter. So you can be pretty far away by now in an hour in this region that I'm very familiar with. So, right, a college professor. So sometimes college professors are not intelligent. I have that to say. Success in academia is more about becoming a parrot who can memorize information that your teachers tell you and regurgitating it back during a test, during fill-in-the-bubble test. That doesn't necessarily mean that anybody with a degree is intelligent. I've seen completely moronic teachers try to teach things in class where I just raised my hand and corrected them, and I would get a D in the class because the teacher didn't like me because I embarrassed them. It was not my intention, but they were just outright wrong, and it was an important subject. I didn't want my classmates to believe wrong medical myths and such that my teacher was promoting. When you're talking about disease spread and such, it's more important to be corrected and correct and tell students the wrong thing. So that is what, unfortunately, American education system is like. I've never performed very well under it because I'm completely different than that. I'm a hardcore researcher, and so I know the little details that people do not unless they obsessively research the way I do, which is almost on an autistic level for the subjects that I like. I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm smarter than people. I'm very stupid on some levels and very high up on others. It just depends what the subject is. I never made it very far in math because of math disability, for example, and I consider myself just a math moron, for example. But I've, as a child, pointed out things
1952.
to people with PhDs, and I was correct.
Not out with them, but can you local 29 at James Fifth?
I show officer safety, but no 1036.
10-4. Supposedly he's headed up this way now. I'll advise.
10-4. The officer safety is possibly in possession of firearm.
E52, 536. Just only he lives there and he's also a registered arsonist.
Hey, firm, I've dealt with him a few times.
10-4.
He's a what? Did I just hear that? Did I hear did they just say arson? I don't have an official, Travis Murray, I don't have an official Discord server up yet. I think it's too difficult for people to use. I have one for my personal use. But I do want to have either a Slack, a Discord, or something up very soon. So right now I have an email. You guys can put it up there. kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. But to continue, I was trying to make a point about thinking outside the box is a kind of intelligence that can't be you can teach it a little bit, but you can separate people who are rote memorizers and parrots from the independent thought thinkers and the people who can reason very well and people who, well, give a damn about learning. You can separate those types from those who can just memorize. Those who can memorize can't problem solve when what they learned in a book doesn't work. So, unfortunately, academia, the way it is today, only rewards the memorizers. So, I can invent something, but I can forget math.
Our personnel medical, 1749 Marsh Drive for subject not responding, turning blue.
I'm sorry, that's probably an unrelated medical.
Attention Linda Fire personnel medical for an unresponsive subject, turning blue, not breathing, CPR in progress with CAL FIRE, time address 1749 Marsh Drive, time now 1928.
I don't know what's happening. I'm just hoping.
Fire 281's responding.
Yeah, Hans, I heard
Copy
registered.
281.
I heard registered arsonist too. That I don't have the ability to background check people right now. Some people do. But I would hope that arsonists are under a registry. I would hope that they would be behind bars.
2731, I'm 97. 10-4.
I think for some crimes you should keep people behind bars until they can be proven to be safe around the public. Our old system of, oh, let's just think that X amount of time served equals, oh,
725.
you've been punished enough.
725.
That does not work.
Tell me back en route to ACS. Affirmative.
Look, I don't know if that's the suspect under CPR or some completely random innocent person. Either way, I hope they come around and live. Because if it's an innocent person, of course. And if it's a suspect, I want answers. Yeah, book smart and street stupid. There you go. That's an easy way to say it. Yeah, the Unabomber was a Harvard graduate mathematics genius. I've heard different things about him. Some psychological profiles of the Unabomber say that he was kind of stupid. Remember, you can get any kind of degree by memorizing enough stuff, even if you don't know what it means. And I remember arguing with a nurse, and she got her nursing degree over.
Yuba Fire by County 108, responding to Marsh Drive.
CAL FIRE was the ones doing CPR.
Yuba Fire 276 responding to Marsh.
That's not what they do every day. CAL FIRE is like, oh, we're the state firefighters. Like, they're not the local ones. The local ones are screaming to the scene as well as an ambulance crew. But that's really weird. CAL FIRE has been around here putting out the Scott fire. Okay, so now when you talk about sociopathy, which is a term out of favor right now, it's supposed to be cluster B personality disorder, blah 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 this, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm using the DSM-4 or whatever, the one that made sense. And the new ones don't really. I'm talking sociopaths, the stupid nose picker criminals. Oh, I see pretty woman, I want her, I rape her, I jump on her with knife. Oh no, she scream, I stab her.
281 Zosie.
I leave the bloody knife with my fingerprints in her chest and run. Okay, that's what I'm designating like a sociopath. Whatever you call it, rose by any other name, right? Now, a psychopath, I'm just going to say Jeffrey Dahmer, intelligent person, but mad as a hatter, violent impulses. It's the old definitions, that are supposedly out of date now. But I just think the new DSMs are stupid. Autism on a spectrum is stupid. It's just something totally different. To me, it's something totally stupid. It's stupid to put autism on a
all over fire
spectrum.
personnel, medical aid, 4173 Deaton Drive for severe abdominal pain. Repeating, attention all over fire personnel, medical aid, 4173 Deaton Drive for a subject in severe abdominal pain. Time now 1932.
Sorry, we're going to get the random county chatter.
Fire 281. 1. From the numerics, please. Provided 1749. And that confirms with the lat long as well. Marsh. Please make contact. Thank you.
Was that related? Might have been.
You, Fire 312 responded.
312.
All right, there's some weird stuff going down in Yuba County right now. I'm trying hard not to curse. 20% containment. Good, good. Thanks, Rated. And how are you? I'm doing better. Knock on wood. Trying to eat a meal here. I've been trying to eat a meal since it was delivered in front of me. Codfish with lemon, sauteed mushrooms, portobellos it looks like. Nice. And I'm gonna add some more lemon on here. It's gone cold, but you don't need fish to be hot. And a little bit of French bread with butter. I'm gonna go on a special diet, but the health stream is where I'm gonna reveal that. Right now, I'm losing hope that they're gonna catch this arsonist. I'm very confused about whether or not the person.
Fire 276 is asking Marsh.
I'm unclear. It's unclear about whether or not the person under cardiac arrest or who stopped breathing is the suspect. But it might be.
Yuba Fire by County 108 on scene.
That means on scene to the person who stopped breathing, but that was several minutes ago. CAL FIRE was doing CPR on somebody who was turning blue, and somebody has severe abdominal pain, and at some point in time the police responded to people who may have been victims, perhaps of the arsonist's assault. This is all very unclear. It may have been a fight where citizens may have tried to arrest or apprehend this arsonist, who may be on the ground now, struggling to breathe or who quit breathing. I really don't know what the heck's going on now. So we're standing by, but something weird is going down in Yuba County. Remember the quote from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? Something about the Circle K. You guys remember that? I need to have that as a sound bite. So let me see if somebody did that as a sound bite. Bill and Ted Circle K quote. I guess that became. Yes, here it is. Just without sound, friend.
1275.
Oh, only I can't hear it. Okay, friends, only I can't hear it. I'm sorry. I have to fix something.
546, King 52.
Whoopsie daisy.
75.
I still can't hear it.
291, go ahead.
All right.
546,
Temporary.
King 52.
Temporary pause, friend.
46.
Can you 98 with me over here on Bayberry?
Okay.
Hey, firm, it's going to be a bit of up on Ponderosa.
Step 4.
That was my shoulder. I knocked down my volume meter right here. I'm sorry. Okay.
Fire 312, that thing.
My excellent friend.
Oh shoot, they're gonna. I don't want it to ruin the quote. Here's George Carlin, man. I gotta watch this again. Classic 80s movie. Yes, strange things are afoot. Travel paradox movie comedy. But strange things are afoot, friends. In Yuba County. That's what I was trying to do. I need a soundbite of this. Definitely.
Fireball County 104, responding to Z.
It's an evolving situation. Big Dog says Maryville Road is now open. All the roads in the area are still closed for the time being. It's a major highway. Either he's in custody or dead or in an ambulance or gone. Yeah, I've rated. I'm trying to take care of myself. Thanks. I'm eating like a horse and not gaining weight, and I'm trying to remedy all this. It's kind of mysterious right now. I know it's getting hard for anybody to afford food. This is nuts. I'm going to take a brief bio break. We're going to continue to listen to Yuba County Law Enforcement and Fire. The Scott Fire is wrapping up. It was an hour ago, but the arsonist who presumably started the Scott Fire is still on the loose, as far as we can tell, with an active manhunt in Yuba County. And I'm wanting to know very much, very, very much. I'm very keenly interested in where not to catch this person, because when I come back, I'm going to tell you what the locals told me and their suspicions last year. I had just made it last year to Yuba County when my health crashed. I felt really bad. I got a massive toothache. Went back to Oregon thinking I just needed to see the dentist. Tooth infection can do that. When my kidneys
Yuba Fire 276.
were attacked by a virus. So I'm going to tell you what the local...
6, go ahead.
About the local suspicions.
Yuba Fire 281 is going to remain at scene. 276 will be clear and returning. 4. County 546.
546.
Cal Fire arrived on scene. They're going to handle. I'll be en route to Bayberry.
10-4. 731. 731. Lead 10-8 en route 1010.
Dead silence means losing people who have tuned in, so I try to talk whenever I can. So I'm going to mess around the kitchen, get myself a beverage to stay hydrated. For my kidney function, it's quite important that I'm near constantly drinking, actually. And just continuously flushing out the bad stuff. My kidneys are still mildly bleeding for an unknown reason. I'm trying to figure out. Just trying to stay calm about it. But the severe stuff that affected me all winter is, thank God, not present right now. It stopped randomly after, just as mysteriously as it started. It began in early October, stopped in very late January. So I expected my latest test, which was for kidney function, and as well as just a general health workup, blood pressure, cholesterol, AC1 for diabetes and sugar and all this stuff. I really expected it to be normal, pretty back to normal, and to hear that there was still blood in
by
my...
County 104 is on scene, Deaton. 4.
Okay, more units responding, kind of chatter. Come on, please tell us they caught the arsonist. Come on, suspect in custody. That's what we want to hear. So I don't have any answers. I'm looking for health answers, and as soon as I know something, I will tell you guys. But I was just shocked that I'm still bleeding a bit from the kidneys. Kidney function seems normal, though. To near normal. Everything else is like perfect health stuff. I have perfect blood pressure, cholesterol. Well, being athletic matters. I was a super athlete in my youth, and then that I wish they brought back more school sports.
281's clear returning. You can cancel your deputy.
I'm so sorry that was so loud.
7-4.
Oh, my friends, I'm so sorry. That volume slider got cranked up. My bad. So, I want you guys to be able to hear suspect in custody, or whatever they say. So, okay. Yeah, thanks. I want to have just a regular stream where we talk about that, so the people who just want to know about fires don't have to hear this. But I'm just saying that I'm trying to eat extremely healthy. Had some wonderful people, some mods, including C-Probe, have been looking after me and feeding me. John Stoker was when I was in California. Now, to talk about the rest of the conversation about arsonists and the possible arsonists that are running around Yuba County is what I'm going to focus on right now. The only reason I'm bringing this up is I thought I had a toothache last August. I had just come down from filming up in the Amador/El Dorado County area. The Fire in that crisis that started on 4th of July made me leave the Dixie Fire area. I never got to film a thing, really. not much. Where I used to live up in Elmore. It's a place real dear to me, as is Yuba County, Plumas County, Yuba County. I had childhood memories of Tahoe and area, but that tragedy with the Caldor fire was not as devastating because I didn't have anything but vague childhood memories of that region, where most of my childhood was spent in Plumas County and Yuba County. So, and I would come back down from Oregon all the time to these regions. So to have most of them burn up, most of what I knew burn up, was devastating. So I thought, I came down from late August. I came down from the Tahoe area, spent some time with John Stoker by El Dorado County, where he's at, then came back down to the valley, and I was just feeling weird. I was feeling bad the entire time I was there, and chalked it up to the 117-degree heat and stuff, but in reality, that doesn't really bother me. Unless I'm laboring in the heat. I grew up in 115-degree heat. That was pretty normal for me as a kid. I would race in track and field with that stuff. So I chalked it up to the toothache, or maybe the double ear infection I got from stupidly diving in Tahoe. Having the ice water that's not exactly clean go into my ear canals and kind of get stuck there. So I went back home to Oregon and I said, guys, in Yuba County, I'm sorry, I met with one or two people, but I've got to come back, take care of my tooth problem. My insurance just covers Oregon. I'll be right back. I didn't come back because all of a sudden I'm exhausted and flat on my back, and the tooth fix didn't work. I couldn't explain it. I was exhausted all the time, becoming out of breath, which is just not something that happens to me. Is the stream okay? Let me make sure. Okay. Yeah, it's not good. Numbers. Okay. I just have this big apology to everybody in Yuba County. They really wanted to talk to me about their suspicions of arson, of a local arsonist running around. Because one thing I try to do is I never really got a break. I went up to Tahoe thinking I'm out of breath, but I just need a break, to Lake Tahoe. And at this point, I wasn't even able to drive all the time in August. And while I was there, the Apple Fire showed up, which was down this Dolan Harding Road area towards White Oak Lane. And it always freaks me out when fires around Collins Lake show up like this. Dolan Harding Road is right here, where they had a roadblock here in Peoria for the suspected arsonist. So I do believe that Apple Fire was suspicious. And I was like, can't I have a day off? But I left Yuba County, quickly went back to Oregon, still flat on my back, tired. And now I realize that a lot of these symptoms were long COVID. I may have contracted COVID at some point, possibly while I was in Tahoe. I was staying in a casino. I had to walk through the casino floor around a lot of people to get to my room. If so, it may have been what I thought was a mild case, but COVID can sometimes attack other internal organs. So for the people who have blood clots and heart problems instead of the breathing problems, that's when it's attacking your heart and your...
Yuba Fire 281 back quarters.
That is when it's... yeah, I'm doing much better polar vortex high, by the way. So, I didn't even think it could be long COVID because I never had much of a breathing problem other than this wildfire smoke, right? But maybe it masked it. The electrifier had threatened John Stoker's very home. That's why I drove him fast as I could.
12, 520.
Left Plumas County
Go to
fast.
12. Do you need me up here anywhere else? Negative. Thank you. Definitely.
I hate getting interrupted. You know me and my what happens when I'm interrupted. My story goes all over the place. But John Stoker was affected by the electrifier, and we had the smoke drift straight to us. I tried to go live so many times, but his internet, which is supposed to be high-speed stuff, had not arrived yet, and we had massive problems with it. I couldn't really cover it very well. It was really bad. I tried even going to McDonald's and stuff nearby. And if I had gotten COVID either at that point in time or when I went to Tahoe and then back to his place, I don't know. Maybe the breathing problems that I equated to the electrifier smoke was really just COVID. Maybe the malaise that I was feeling was just COVID, but it being so hot, miserable, and smoky, who knows? So yeah, thank you, Smitty, and all my mods. You guys are so wonderful. I'm so happy to have you with me today. I'm still waiting to hear with Yuba County that this arsonist is arrested. If you have any questions about any wildfire, just let me know. We'll take a break. We'll address that wildfire. But I wanted to talk to you about the arsonist here. So, long story short, may have gotten COVID in Tahoe. Felt worse coming back from Tahoe. My double ear infection from the Tahoe lake water didn't help. Tooth problem didn't help. I go back to Oregon. I told everybody. Yuba County, stand by.
725. 10-6 at ACS. Hebron.
I'll be right back, right? No, I wasn't right back. So, after feeling terrible in Oregon, for unknown reasons, and starting to get tired every time I crossed the room, I was out of breath. I started getting dizzy. I didn't want really to alarm anybody, but I was kind of fooling myself. Like, I'll just get better next week, and I'm going to go back to California next week. And then early October comes around, and all of a sudden, oh my God. And end stage, stage 4 renal cancer symptoms, kidney cancer. I either was going to be just fine or not have too long to live. That really did my head in. And I started to weaken over time from blood loss, and then my brother died of cancer days before Christmas. So I leaned on you guys hard. You guys kept me going. I was dealing with his loss better at that time when I was talking to you guys than I did later, because then I found out that it was a medical mistake that basically doomed my brother. After I found that out, that they caught it very early, and the stupid surgeon did not remove his lymph nodes.
County 46L 52.
10-4.
I was just on the floor,
Wall's clear and turning.
So my dad's seemingly never-ending struggle with skin cancer is bad too, and I just started wondering about, could I have had it? Could it be like genetic worry, concern, that sort of thing? I mean, my dad's problem, my brother's problem was prostate, but it was a concern. So I'm feeling incredibly lucky to not have had cancer, but I needed exploratory surgery. January, it was brutal. I'm just gonna say brutal. Bleeding came and went on its own. I have no explanation for that. All I know is I'm not 100% well, and I'm not 100% back to my normal self. I'm not well enough to travel yet. I was really hoping I could be. Signs are good. I'm improving. But I'd love to go right back and finish what I started. Film the rest of the Dixie Fire, Aftermath, and the Caldor, and interview people for real with good equipment. Get this documentary going, because the world doesn't know what's happening. The world doesn't know. You hear this random global warming excuses, and they totally ignore the fact that PG&E is starting most of these fires. And Oregon woke up to the fact that power companies start fires, and a jury just brought that home, and that's a fairly good verdict. But I feel terribly, terribly guilty. I just thought next week I'll have a good report for people, but I was totally incapable of getting out of bed most of the winter and most of the spring. I could barely walk. Now these long COVID symptoms have mostly resolved and are continuing to improve, but I had memory problems, confusion, like I said, out of breath crossing the room. So I wasn't even mentally able to have much of a stream to track wildfires and just be with it. I'm so glad it's started to come back. But I it appears that COVID may have attacked my kidneys. I have no confirmation. I'm going to see specialists about it. And that's why I need to spread as information as it can go after, the classic symptoms are when it attacks your respiratory system. The breathing problems, people on respirators and stuff, low oxygen. But if it attacks your heart, then it's heart problems and it's blood clots. It's the cardiovascular system. And now they're starting to understand it can attack different things that people would not have thought about, which is, say, your kidneys and other organs. So this doesn't make the headlines anymore because the quote COVID crisis is over, right? Well, it's mutated and it's changed. So the number one thing I have to tell people is rule that out. Get a test, a real antibody test. I regret that I didn't get an antibody test. They botched that at the hospital and they screwed up a lot of my blood tests. So I can't confirm that. I just know that I don't have COVID right now. But there could have been some damage. I apologize to everybody in Yuba County. I do want to come meet with you, address your concerns, do the interviews, and all that. Now, what people were telling me last year about Yuba County was, we think there's an arsonist running around. And I was quite alarmed. And I wanted to hear them out before that was like a public announcement thing, but I think now it's pretty clear. Everybody's got to be on the lookout. I don't know if it's a single individual. What I was hearing is that there's a problem family, and maybe not just one in the area. We know that in rural counties there's a lot of problems with crime. You think about inner city crime and drugs. Well, think about rural crime and drugs. The drug problems of the rural communities is, everything from meth trade to biker gangs to control that in general to now pharmaceutical pills and fentanyl. And a lot of that stuff goes on. But it doesn't have to be drug related for there to be serious criminal activity. It can be anything from family feud activity to people with severe mental problems that don't deserve to be outside of a mental hospital. But most of the mental hospitals shut down. The ones that used to hold criminals until they're proven safe to get out, that system shut down in the very early 80s. So most of the people who should be in a mental hospital are out. This doesn't mean that the mentally ill, that you should be afraid of them and that they're more likely to be arsonists or something. Much of the time, an arsonist is just a straight up criminal, a bad person, evil person, with no real mental illness excuse. I can't comment on the state of whoever this is, but and I can't say this Donald person that they did an active manhunt for right now. And I want to make sure we still are connected. We still are connected to Yuba County, excuse me. Sheriff and law enforcement and fire. I had a Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is the least of all of those as far as complications go. But I actually had COVID before the vaccine was developed. Dave Verlin, glad to have you here. I felt absolutely nothing after the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. It didn't have a whole lot of side effects, not like the Moderna and all that. I hear nasty things about the Moderna. I had my mom like fever and chills the moment that she had it, so she reacted badly. I know other people who reacted badly. And now, just now, they're explaining it wasn't as safe as we assumed. That's great, wonderful. But I never got a booster or anything. I think I've experienced COVID at least twice. I know I had the first round of it when it first came to Oregon in February 2020. I happened to be in the place where they had the first outbreak. So I lost my sense of smell completely and had no idea that I had COVID until it was announced to them, in the media that losing your sense of smell was a symptom. I didn't have any trouble breathing or nothing. I just had extreme confusion, mild fever, lots of sniffles and sneezing, but extreme confusion for weeks. and a lot of fatigue. And one thing that's strange that's always been with me is my neck stopped being as strong as it is to this very day. Something has to support my neck. I feel like the neck muscles are weak. I have to lean back in chairs with neck support, otherwise I'm hurt. So that never left me. My mom lost part of her sense of taste, contracting COVID, and she was unresponsive on the couch. I had to call a neighbor to do a welfare check on her, and that was last year. But she was saved by the new drugs. The vaccine didn't protect her from anything. So she didn't get any boosters or anything, I don't think. But she did get the bad Moderna one. I don't think it's the only complaint I have about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is it just probably did nothing. It didn't protect me from getting it twice, but it's a virus that mutates a lot. I don't think the vaccine messed me up. Either way, though, it's now a rapidly evolving virus that could attack different organs, and I feel lucky either way. I didn't go into respiratory arrest the first time I had it. The second time it was just, well, it's attacked my kidneys, and that wasn't a cakewalk. But I feel like I'm getting stronger. But maybe it's not COVID. It could be an entirely different class of viruses. I don't know. I'm going to see a kidney specialist. By now, I don't think there's a way to find out because viruses are fragile, and once your body gets rid of them, they kind of get rid of them. Other than drilling your teeth out while you have to find virus DNA. I don't think there's a way to find out once your body's defeated a virus. So it's not like bacteria. They keep digging up plague victims from the, Middle Ages, and inside of their tooth pulp, they've got the residuals of bacteria. But viruses will never preserve like that. They come and go. They're microscopic. They come and go. Much smaller than bacteria. So, whoopsie. I am disturbed. But for now, it looks like I'm going to get better because it's a past deal. I'm going back to this arsonist thing. Like I was saying, and I should probably just recap, you've got your different classes of arsonists. And I learned about this through FBI profilers at the University of Chico. Now, this is going to sound weird, but I listened to them and their lectures as a child. My mom got her bachelor's in psych, and so there was this big thing at the University of Chico where FBI profilers are going to come and say,
Yuba Fire, show 312 available.
Please repeat.
Yuba Fire, you can show engine 312 available.
Random chatter. I don't know. I think he slipped the news, guys.
County 510, out at the office.
10-4.
I don't think we're going to get the resolution we want today, which is an arrest. We'll have to watch the, let's look at Yuba County's, news and stuff. But like I said, sorry about my health being brought up too much. The arsonist in this case is stupid. We know this. First of all, committing a crime in your own backyard, that's stupid. So I would, if I were to profile this person, mind you, I'm not qualified. I just learned the basics from these FBI profilers. They were trying to recruit for one thing. And it was like career day for all the people who were looking at different careers. It was an exciting new type of field, and it was starting to get results. And the books about, Hannibal Lecter were, Silence of the Lambs were widely popular and all that. And after that, they had millions of applicants and stuff who just wanted to be Clarice, a psychologist with a gun, and a badge, and you're going to go run out and get the bad guy by getting in his head and stuff. I had an interest in it too, and so my mom, she brought me to a lot of her classes and to this career day thing. So I attended many lectures where these guys took famous case studies, and they had case examples.
569.
So it's easy to, like I was saying earlier, the easiest to figure out is the firebug and the sociopaths, and that they were using the old terms from DSM-4 back when psychopath was a thing, sociopath was a thing. Now, unfortunately, the media and the public, and even some other psychologists and psychiatrists, they sometimes superimpose backwards and forwards, so sociopath and psychopath. Some people say the sociopath is the smart one and the psychopath is the stupid one, and then others will say the opposite. So what I have to do to explain the basics is just, I'm going to say just for this conversation, the psychopath I'm going to say is the smart Jeffrey Dahmer type who represented himself as his own attorney. You know, the cannibal killer, serial killer, is an example of a smart person who can be a chameleon in society, have a perfect mask, even be attractive to women even after allegations of slaying women, because he's good at a master of manipulation, so they can figure out people and so they can hide. And that would be examples of like the BTK killer, those types. Those are the types that are intelligent, and they one hallmark of intelligence is thinking ahead. That's what a chess master's intelligence is. That is, I'm going to do this action. What is the result, and how can I get away with it? Because how are the others going to react? How is law enforcement going to react? How is society going to react? If I do this, I leave this evidence, and how can I cover that up? Or how can I do a different action that won't leave evidence? That's a smart criminal type. Now, this type is usually not a killer with fire. This type can be a professional hitman. This type wants to do the kind of killing that just they get away with it. So fire might look like an accident, and maybe perhaps they do get away with it pretty frequently. These people are rare, quite rare, where killing is the goal. Thankfully, quite rare. Killing someone with fire is a different kind of savagery. Now, we have the cluster B personality disorders. Mind you, I'm not anything but psychoeducated. I'm not qualified to diagnose people. I'm qualified to just tell you what I know. This is, the basics that the public should know about criminals, to be aware, to be safe. The only reason I'd be talking about this stuff. The criminal mastermind arsonist type is probably never going to get caught until just rolling the dice enough you get caught, where their plan doesn't go according to plan, a bit like a bomb maker will eventually get bit by his own device, and they start to lose fingers. It also will depend on how profile is the crime. If it's scattered out, if the crimes are scattered throughout different regions, and if they're not that high profile and they're not that scary to the public, there may not be that many resources assigned. That person might never quite get caught unless they really egregiously screw up, or just by happenstance somebody witnesses something. Now, I did wonder if that, arsonist that was running around with the Dixie Fire, the PhD or whatever, the teacher, might be a criminal mastermind type. Now, I was dumb as a post. This is what I gotta say about smart people turn stupid. There's brain damage, and there's trauma that an otherwise normal individual can experience that will make them bad and make them act like a sociopath. Sociopath being the really stupid type of mirror opposite, almost like similar to the psychopath, but stupid, right? Whereas a psychopath can control their impulses enough to choose the correct victim. A dumb as a box of rocks sociopath is going to be an impulsive killer and commit crimes impulsively. Oh, I like that shiny thing, so I'm just going to grab it and run out of the store. No thoughts, no thoughts about, is this door even locked, right? May try to escape via a locked door. These people get caught.
725. 725.
They're usually born this stupid, and they usually commit
Route
crimes.
10.
They usually commit crimes in their youth. So this type of criminal usually gets caught and maybe put away if society's lucky, at a relatively young age and for life if it's serious enough. Unfortunately, the parole system is so stupid that they consider parole for people with these psychological disorders. They're not mental illnesses, speak officially. It's called a disorder, which it's you and I, the public, our definition of mental illness, right? It's not the book definition. The book definition of mental illness is stuff like depression. But that's not what you and I would associate with, quote, mental illness. Like people that don't have a good grip on reality, who hallucinate and hear voices. That's what you and I would think about, like severe mental illness. But the public and what the books say is different. So disorders, mental illnesses can oftentimes be treated. You can treat depression, treat anxiety. Sometimes those are pretty dang mild things. A disorder, a true diagnosis of a disorder, like especially in the cluster B, which is a scary cluster, psychopathy, sociopaths, narcissists, and a couple others people haven't heard of but really need to have heard of. The ones that get off on ruining people's lives with lies. That could be just as destructive as lighting a match or stabbing somebody. Really evil accusations. Histrionics. People with histrionic personality disorder. So, in this cluster, the way that I would explain things to the public are what is their impulse for violence and how do they have that. Cluster B is basically the ones where people don't care about others. You take a pencil, snap it in half. Somebody tells you have to think about the pencil's family. How could you, right? And you just look at them like it's a pencil. I can't feel sorry for this pencil, or this pencil doesn't really have a family. What are you talking about? Well, imagine if you lived in a world where you woke up one day and everybody wanted to put you in prison because you broke a pencil and you don't care. That is what cluster B personality disorders are like. They just do not care about others, and they can't. They cannot.
553
And they never will.
10-4.
So, like I said, with the arsonists who say like a sociopathic arsonist lights as a child the school library on fire and burns it down, and 2 firefighters die going in. I was so shocked to hear that they're up for parole. This is a real case recently, a couple years ago, somewhere in California. I can't remember where. I think in Southern California. Because they were a youth when they committed the crime, they're up for parole, and society needs to stop them. They should never see the light of day. Because a sociopath will not change, a psychopath will not change. They can't. They just look at us as a bunch of pencils. They will never care. They'll never lose sleep over at night. They will never feel guilty. To get out of prison, they will learn to mimic emotions and try to tearfully talk about how sorry they are if they have an ounce of brains in their head. They'll try this tactic.
07.
But they will always have their violent impulse.
You bargain hold 28 and 27s for both these subjects. We're 10-8 from here. I'll have the supple.
What? Friends? Suspects?
All units or just you and your partner?
All units are 10 from the stop. I'll give you a 21 for the rest.
10-4.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. That's quite important. I just clipped it. See, a little bit of the long COVID I still have as... Yeah, it's like that, Julie. It's that bad. Exactly. No, not little empathy, not they can turn it on or off. I used to think sociopaths and psychopaths could turn it on or off, and that was like a superpower of evil. They actually can't. They never from birth ever felt anything for another human being, and they cannot. As hard as they try, they cannot. So this is what, I have to draw a huge distinction here between somebody with psychopathic tendencies, if you ever heard that term, or somebody with narcissism instead of narcissistic personality disorder. Okay, narcissism is a type of extreme selfishness, and you can have a rough childhood. Your parents sold you into slavery or something like that, and you lived on the street, and that can make a normal person narcissistic, but they do have a heart. It may be very, very cold and very, very tough and extremely cold. They may be capable of murder now in order to survive, but like maybe drug lords fit this profile, but there is still a heart to appeal to. They wouldn't necessarily want to kill a baby out of the blue. They don't have antisocial impulses. Antisocial doesn't mean what you think it means. Antisocial is not, oh, I don't like going to parties. Antisocial means against society, like I hate society, like trying to harm it. Like I hate other human beings and I just want to kill as many as I can, or I hate prostitutes in the case of the Green River Killer, so I'm going to kill as many as I can. I hate women or whatever. Antisocial is a serious, serious word. It means the serial killers and the cold-hearted killers.
Last unit, go ahead. 10-4.
Okay. Guys, I don't know if the suspect's in custody. Is that what we just heard a minute ago? He said, I'm going to give you the 21. That means give you the info, right? Let's look at police codes. I would like that to be what we just heard. So, the 21 is what he said. The 1021, right? 1021. These are 10 codes. Oh, I'm going to call by phone. Okay, so this is when they don't want the public to hear stuff. They'll call dispatch over the telephone, cell phone. Okay, so we may have to look at the news to see what comes of this. But I think it's still very, very, very relevant, the conversation I'm having right now, to explain what might motivate an arsonist and how they think and operate. Now, cluster B personality disorder, I'm going to run down real quick how you can, as the public, just kind of understand this without getting a degree, right? Is what does the public need to kind of be aware of to be safe? People who are really nitpicky about the disorders and the what we call things. Oh, you're not up to date on the DSM. You can't believe you're still using the word psychopath. That hasn't been in use since the 50s. Yeah. It's the concept that matters. The DSM is going to keep switching these names. It keeps changing. The DSM is the book, the Bible for psychology. So if a person who's a psychologist making diagnoses, they have to go with the current DSM or they look outdated. In order to prescribe medicine for people and recommend treatment, they have to use the current DSM's terminology. And it's gone stupid. It really has. Like they threw out they threw away ADD, attention deficit disorder. That's what I have. And they renamed it ADHD and called it a spectrum. I've never been hyperactive in my life, but now that's my diagnosis. To the new DSM? Well, screw the new DSM. They also started that panic in the public by making autism jump in cases by 4,000% in a single year. It's because they redefined autism as a spectrum. So they took a whole bunch of other disorders that never were called autism before, like Asperger's, and lumped it into a catch-all term called autism and called it a spectrum. And that mass panicked the public and started the anti-vax movement, along with Russian propaganda and a really bad study. It was fraudulent because people all of a sudden thought autism was exploding. It's increased. It's not exploding like like that weird statistic. So technically that statistic became true due to the DSM's creativity and change, but in reality, there wasn't that much of an increase. It was a steady, slow, concerning increase, not an explosion. So this led people on this crazy wild goose chase where they were extremely concerned and in a panic, trying to find, well, what is an explanation for this explosive increase? Right now, they're able to detect autism in the womb, so it's not vaccines. It seems to have everything to do with the inflammation of the brain and mother being
at the office for one.
A mother being infected. If a mother has a high fever infection, or even maybe a normal kind of infection, maybe even from the flu, it may not matter what it is. The inflammation of the fetal brain may cause some damage and some disorder. It's more like that is possible. And we don't know. But anyway, digressing about that, I'll tell you about the cluster B. Right now, this is current DSM. Cluster B is the scary disorders, the ones where people don't have empathy for other human beings. So you got your psychopaths, your sociopaths under this, although they call it something else now. Type this, type that. You got your smart ones who care for nobody, which I'm just going to define as a psychopath for this conversation. The dumb ones who are impulsive and can't control that and can't think ahead, which I'm going to call sociopath. You have a lot of arsonists who are like this. And the firebugs fit very neatly close to this. Difference between a firebug and maybe just a regular sociopath is a firebug is sexually excited by fire and not just thrilled. That can be present or not present. So, thanks. Yeah, I think the pencil analogy is very good. So then you've got histrionics and narcissists in that clusters. That's the big four that I had to tell you about. Now, narcissists, the difference between somebody with histrionic and narcissist, and going to kind of split them in two a little bit. Psychopaths, sociopaths here, they have an impulse. They just see things and they have an impulse for violence. They just like somebody might have an impulse to have a cigarette, an impulse to get a cheeseburger if you see the commercial. This instant yearning to do it. This instant yearning for it. Now, a psychopath is better at restraining themselves to, say, evade capture. Sociopath, and so they have the ability to think ahead. Sociopath doesn't, just kind of acts on it. And they're reactive criminals. They engage in a crime and then they react to the situation. And that's why they get caught so often. Leave evidence everywhere. Now you got your narcissists, histrionics. Now these people don't care about anybody else either. But they ruin lives through nonviolent actions in general. So they lie without a conscience. Whatever suits them. They're like a child that never has grown up and is devious. They never leave that. They never have a conscience. Never feel bad about anything they do. So they are capable of things like arson. They can have the occasional impulse, and they're much less likely to check it because they have no conscience. But they've got something, at least a narcissist does, which is they understand right and wrong. And psychopaths understand right and wrong, and sociopaths generally understand because people tell them and drum it into their head, right and wrong. They willfully disregard what's right and wrong. Because it just doesn't apply to a narcissist, right? They're too special. I'm a special person. Law doesn't apply to me. I'm special. You know, there's a lot of debate about what makes a narcissist. Is it nature versus nurture? Seems to be both. It actually seems to be both. With sociopath, it seems to be both. Now, somebody who gets a college degree and starts a fire, like the guy who was running around trying to entrap firefighters and kill them by lighting fires behind them and trapping them in a Dixie fire, Now, you would think somebody with a degree wouldn't be so stupid as to commit the crime right in front of witnesses. Park his personal car. You know, hint, steal a car if you want to commit a crime. Kathryn's crime tip today.
Yuba County 536.
Use your own personal car, not disguise yourself, go into public, light a fire. And be pretty much the person who flees immediately as the fire starts, but you parked right next to other people who are hiking, like that guy during the Dixie Fire. Now, what would cause somebody who would be normally intelligent enough to do that? So there are things that can make somebody who previously really wasn't like acting like a sociopath and acting like that now. So that could be trauma. Somebody's so enraged, so angry at life, developed a mental problem, and they are now mentally ill, troubled, royally pissed off. These types are seeking revenge. They may or may not have a coherent plan. Sometimes they want to die. They actually want to go out. But they want to take others with them, others that they perceive have wronged them.
Attention, Linda Fire personnel, medical aid 5931 Garden Avenue.
A
1-year-old was choking. She believes she got the item unlodged, but unsure.
I've heard of, arson being committed by environmentalists that care about animals. Thought they were saving spotted owls by burning down logging trucks. But then they burned down the whole forest.
Yeah, I don't have my phone on me.
It's not thinking ahead very much, but that is their sick motivation. They care about the animals
it's all out.
Time
like now 2029.
They projected their own self on the animals, so if they see the animal attacked, they act as if they have been attacked. It's a sense of self-preservation and rage, as if somebody was trying to attack them. There can be all kinds of mental illness reasons where this can lead people to crime. Now, I don't know why somebody would want to kill firefighters. That's something for the FBI to figure out. But sometimes an arsonist can be mad that a firefighter destroyed his work. And want to kill him. There can be all kinds of crazy reasons. If somebody's motivation is revenge, and firefighters put out a revenge fire, they may hit them. There's not a whole lot of understanding that we can do for people this sick. I would love to read a profile of that guy during the Dixie Fire. What the heck? Now, brain damage
Last unit with a 29 on Birdine identified.
The frontal lobe
36.
deal with not only empathy,
Officer safety, but clear.
not caring about your fellow human being, but thinking ahead. If it's damaged, you can have a perfectly normal person go and turn into a monster.
County 43, clear for 20.
You ever heard about Henry VIII killing all his wives?
24 King 2612.
He was actually a good prince, a good
It's gonna be a motorcycle.
king,
Can you run Bird Eye?
beneficial,
Out
he
downside.
was beloved, he was benevolent,
Affirmative.
passing good laws
Affirmative. Stand by though. It's going to be a minute.
for different social classes, standing up for the people, standing up for his friends, and everybody thought, wow, we're going to have a golden
County
age.
512, all units 97 on Bayberry.
What happened to him was a jousting accident, and he got cracked over the front of the head. They thought he would die. He went unconscious for hours, and then woke up a monster. Scarred up prefrontal lobes.
504, 538.
Right up above the eyes, right here. That is
Here to
what
leave
turned
me
me
at
to a
Wait,
sociopath. Somebody
Cochran,
don't really
over
think
10,
ahead. But they
Copy, thanks for the help.
have no emotional regulation. Something that would make somebody a little bit mad. Like, oh, that person cut me off on the road. Well, you can be mad, maybe even 15 minutes, maybe even 20 minutes, maybe you're even a little bit mad the next day, and you tell your neighbor, oh my God, I thought I was going to wreck. That jerk, shake fist out the window and you curse him. But then you kind of forget, right? Somebody with damage here, they can never forget, never forgive, and very
43, Did you on the
Small
20?
grievances upset them to the point of uncontrollable rage.
Affirmative. It's
So giving somebody the death sentence.
expired as of 2021.
Your wife for not having a girl, and for having a girl and not a
10-4
boy.
to Kawasaki.
Somehow blaming her for that.
Affirmative 19 Kawasaki. Registered.
Cheating, or I think he found out that one of his wives was a
Yuba City.
virgin before he married her. So,
20th clear.
he tortured people to death until he got a confession and then off with her head. You know, the rage doesn't end. So you can have that as a. This is the wrong kind of person to piss off, right?
The
This
last
is the
of
kind of thing that's
Saeed.
endless. A feud with somebody is endless. A very minor thing that they are mad at, they could try to do you in and make it their life mission to do so. Now, another good example might be O.J. Simpson. He was a movie star. He was a friendly person. But what did he do? He got hit in the head a lot. The ball hits you in the head a lot. Mind you, these people don't think about the consequence of their action. They leave behind evidence. So, this might be an example.
Fire personnel report of an unknown type fire. They believe it's going to be on Simpson Lane.
Brain damage, usually in the front
They're
of the
calling
head.
from
Turns otherwise normal
the
people
Heil
into
area.
nutcases.
Large column of
Violent
black
nuts.
smoke.
Okay, back. Can you go back down the scanner audio level a tad?
Repeating attention, Linda Fire personnel. Report of an unknown type fire on Simpson Lane. The caller's calling from the Heil area. Large column of black smoke. Time now 20:34.
Oh my God, guys, I didn't hear anything. Guys,
Yuba Fire 252 is responding.
I just heard that.
252.
Okay, friends. I'm sorry. My shoulder just turned the volume off. What just happened? There's a large back column of smoke in Yuba County. Alright. I was almost done explaining the other kinds of arsonists, but this is more important. Okay, watch duty itself should be on this. Is he still running around? Is he still running around doing fires?
536.
Thank you for
I
bringing that.
haven't had a chance. I've got a fire in the valley.
Oh, okay, I apologize. That's nuts. Yeah, a new fire with the evacuation orders in place. Alright, I'm sorry. Can you please tell me about it? Oh, Urban, no. We're listening to Yuba County. The Hat Rock fire was yesterday. That's what I covered yesterday. What happened? No, they just downgraded evacuations. Right? Okay, I have to make sure. Okay, guys, there's a new fire somewhere in Yuba County, which I did not hear the particulars of because my stupid headset, my stupid shoulder, just cranked down the dial on my headset. Well, if there's a new fire right now in Yuba County, I'm gonna guess it's an arson.
Yuba Fire 276 responding to Simpson.
Okay, guys, we have a new fire in Yuba County, or nearby. It's quote in the valley. We're listening to Yuba County Fire Dispatch and law enforcement.
Yuba Fire 252 is in the area. Anything further?
The single caller.
Large black smoke column. Okay, let's look at the cams. If this person, like I said, is the rage person,
Yuba Fire 281's clear, Garden. We'll be responding to the fire.
then he's gonna still strike.
263, 252, hold your current location.
He may not care if he gets caught.
Copy, hold it.
He may not care if he lives. There's something called a rampage. Rampage killers Those like shooting spree killers don't expect to live to see the end of the day. I don't know if that's what's happening right now. But the fact that he, in broad daylight, lit another fire after presumably the Scott fire near law enforcement may mean that he just simply doesn't care. That he's hell bent on revenge. But the fact that he had a female with him or a girlfriend,
9507, when you can advise, can you tell us what the officer safety is on Verdine?
Verdine. We got a road.
Affirmative. He is going to be clear times 5, and the officer safety is going to be possession of firearms.
Wait, is that related to this? I mean, not thinking. Is that going to be related to this arsonist?
Yeah. 507, you copy?
We don't know. I assume he's still on the loose, big dog. They were doing CPR on somebody.
36509, did you copy that?
Oh God, I don't want to be right here. I was just going to explain the kind of arsonist who's a rampage killer. The kind that doesn't care. If they're caught, it doesn't expect to live through it. Alright, let's look at CalTopo and see if we got hotspots then. Because, Verdine, I have not heard of that road. Is
No
that...
one. 252 still up.
Doesn't sound like a town to me.
Station 1.
I don't see a New Goes hotspot.
252, can you repeat? You broke.
Let's look at the cams.
By Station 1.
Friends, we may have a new fire. I hope to God it's not a rampage killer.
252, Yuba Fire.
252.
I don't even know.
1782, Linda.
Linda is to the south.
1789. Copy.
Okay, I know where Linda is. That's still Yuba County. It's south. It's here. Yes, the person could be at Linda by now, a long time ago. This could be unrelated. The rest of what I was trying to explain. Yeah, big Irvin. Yesterday was the Hat Rock fire.
276 is that scene. We'll be out investigating.
I was covering that yesterday.
Yuba Fire. 252 is that scene.
That scene of what?
252, you can clear. Copy.
Yuba Fire, 276.
Not a road I'm familiar with. They said call him a black smoke down. I think
Traffic for county, go ahead.
I think they said by Linda. Let's look at the camp.
Yuba Fire, 276. This is going to be a couch in the backyard of the updated address. 276 can't handle. Additionally, residents are extinguishing the couch.
We just panicked over a couch on fire, guys. Outside. This is the most white trash thing. There's a couch outside on fire. Residents extinguishing the couch. Look out! The serial arsonist may have lit a couch on fire in Linda, friends. Okay.
Contact on the porch.
Okay. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, Julie. Oh my God. Okay. Catch anybody up on this craziness. Because weird things happen to us. I was going to start a show called Weird Things Happen to Me with my craziest stories. Now it's going to be Weird Things Happen to Us, friends. So I go live to cover Yuba County because it's dear to me. I grew up nearby. The Scott Fire was just southwest of Collins Lake, which now appears it was probably arson, judging by what happened later. Although I didn't, it was in the back of my mind, I didn't vocalize that. Locals had told me last year that they think that there's some problem people in the area, but I did not find out if they were problem people because they're either mentally ill or there's a family feud thing or they were criminals. Could be all the above. I do not know. Was any bear urine involved? Definitely. I think it was a bear urine couch fire. Desiree. Bear urine fueled couch fire. You know, because now people are trading bear urine because it's the best drug you can drink. Whoa.
County 509.
Here's our page.
509.
Here's our live look at the Scott Fire and.
One in
custody. Copy, one in custody.
I think that's in Linda.
504. Confirming the primary. Thanks.
Meanwhile, the Scott Fire, look at that eerie, we had the wind reversal. See how the smoke's going in the opposite direction? A little early, it's only 8:45, but I guess it's cooled off enough. Either that or this is just I expected that to reverse at midnight. This could be just a temporary wind change. But look, it's holding on the road. We don't see it crossing the road. We're looking northeast. So there's wind blowing smoke towards the west and against the ground.
46, 507. You get a chance, we're going to need key to this green box underneath this shit.
Okay, it's a regular vulture, it's not a condor. I thought it might have been a condor. That white patch on the chest made me wonder. I mean, it could have been a condor earlier. Unlikely, but possible. Okay, so let's watch how the wind has changed direction. Look at all the condor poo on the pole. That was when the arsonist started the second fire. See, I got interrupted. I have to start again. Wait, my brain is ADD, sorry. I get online, 4 hours and 20 minutes ago. Exactly. And covering this Scott Fire. Scott Road something probably in Yuba County. And then as it was winding down and they were releasing the aircraft and units, the ground crews, I was just about to say, guys, I'm about to go. I have a meeting for ODART, which is about volunteer pilots helping out after an earthquake. I'm a founding member of this new organization. What? Sorry, looking at the bird. It's just turkey vulture, but a lot of white under the wings. Yeah, confirmed turkey vulture. I like turkey vultures. They're beneficial. Okay, so this was winding up. I said the fateful words, which means I can never go to sleep or have a break, which is, okay, guys, I think it's winding down and I can go now. I can go rest or I can go eat now. And that's when S hit the fan. So that's when they said there's a new fire and this camera pivoted right here.
Go ahead.
Fire's been extinguished. All the units clear and returning.
It's not the fire has been extinguished. The couch has been extinguished in Linda. If anybody doesn't know, Linda is a local, shall we say, locals joke about the people who live in Linda. It's good-natured. It's kind of cruel, but it's good-natured. That's supposed to be where the toothless live. I'm not trying to insult anybody because my brother was going to buy property in Linda. And Linda's changed, but it was called Linda. Hey, Carney, how are you? What heart? Oh, YouTube in the chat thing is supposedly, I don't know what the hell that is. There's now hearts and stuff. You click it and you have a couple of reactions. I'm going to call them reactions to, I think they're trying to be Twitch. Twitch is a different streaming platform for gaming. And people can press buttons like I love this, and then hearts, more people in chat that do that, hearts bounce across the screen. No, it's Wolf Creek, Oregon. I like Wolf Creek, but I know what you mean. There's shirtless, toothless people hanging out at the gas station all the time with really muddy pickups. So we just panicked, Carney. There's an arsonist on the loose. Did you just hear the recap? I've been interrupted. So,
County 512, 1028.
Affirmative. Go ahead.
247, 29, fall 2, yellow. Mark and hold.
10-4. Clear in current 731 and 2302 Chevy. It returns to Fisk.
12 copies.
10-4.
better eat the fish on my plate before it goes bad.
County addition, I got 3 reverses for you and 127 reverses.
10-4, 27 first and go with it.
27 is going to be Adam 5, 1, correction, 157907 Kevin.
Just confirming Adam 5157907.
Affirmative.
10-4, go ahead.
Last is Robert Adam Paul versus Jonathan John Ocean Nora Adam Tom Henry Adam Nora 817 and 82. Cat V Nelson Nora Edward Lincoln Sam Ocean Nora versus Adam Lincoln Ida Sam Adam 516 and 98.
Go ahead.
That's a Sam King, Adam George Sam Crystal with a C Charles 511 to 83.
On Skaggs, sender in the first name?
Crystal. Charles Robert Yo Sam Tom Adam Lincoln.
I believe you're saying Crystal. Your radio's 10-1.
Affirmative, Crystal.
10-4.
I think so. I think the suspect got away, but we got to look at Yuba City News, Yuba County News. Now, guys, there's an active manhunt. That's why we're kind of lingering on this radio. Sorry, some of it's irrelevant. So we got the Appeal Democrat, a couple other local papers. There's so much paywall stuff. Marysville Peach Festival dates have been announced, friends.
County 520.
I wouldn't imagine this
20 on 1010.
would. I don't imagine this would hit the news until tomorrow or something. Orville Mercury News, other local papers. We got KCRA, Sacramento. Probably will hit their news. But a murder for hire investigation involving a. Oh my God, is that the same woman? Okay, so there's an active manhunt just now, Carney. And, the couch being on fire with a giant plume of black smoke, I believe it. I have a safety message about couches, and it's pretty grim. couch is probably the most flammable ticking time bomb thing in your home, and the most dangerous thing in your home as far as fire safety is concerned. I'll get to that in a minute. But KCRA doesn't have any update on it. Here's the
Yuba Fire 276. All in units are back in quarters.
Here's the Scott Fire, and they were over it with their helicopter. Forward progress has stopped on it. Yep. When was this updated last? 7:22. The evacuation warnings were lifted, but some evacuation orders are also lifted, and let's just confirm that with our refreshed evacuation map. Looks like it's a done deal. People can return to their homes. Let's confirm that with watch duty. Looks like 95 acres for the total. We're going to have a calm night. Looks like the wind already reversed, which is good. We got 20% confirmed containment. They'll probably update that very quickly. So, here's the north side map up finally. I couldn't wrap my head around it. The burned out region, and unfortunately there's homes. This could have been arson. It's in between Wade's Way and Pony Express Trail Road. Those looked more major than they are. Fargo and Wade's Way and Pony Express. That's why I just couldn't wrap my head around the exact location of the fire based on the helicopter. So let's go see where it is here. Pony Express. When they say Pony Express, it's legit. Like, it's real. The Pony Express actually did run through here. Now there's Firehouse on Road Scott Grant, Pony Express, and Wade's. Yeah, this is what I thought with that steep curve. I was looking. Yeah, I had it right. Okay, right here. You see how steep that looks? When we saw the helicopter, I was like, it looks too flat. No. Unfortunately, right here.
536, Yuba County.
536.
The 27 returned to Kevin Berner. He's clear local and CIC. He's on county probation for a 422, discharge 8-1 of 23. He's searchable, firearms, ammo, controlled substance, paraphernalia, have no contact with a Gary Yarborough, and remain 25 yards from his person, residence, place of employment, school, break for traffic.
Criminal threat making. Don't know if that's related. All right.
36 County continuing. Jonathan Rapp and Crystal Skaggs are both clear local and CIC. Alyssa Nelson is clear local. She has 1036 parole violation out of Idaho, negative extradition.
Hi, Bugs. Okay, so here's the fire eyes. I call it fire eyes. It's like eye in the sky, and they look at fire, but other people call it Ferris. And that was that spy plane, in the sky, the surveillance plane, with infrared.
36 County.
They make these maps.
536.
And that's my error. Rapp also has an interest card.
Bugs, you missed quite an exciting day with the manhunt and the arson. Okay, so for Carney and Bugs and anybody else who tuned in, I'm gonna recap here. This has been nuts, completely nuts.
504.
Continuing from IC and route 1010.
10-4. Is the original incident terminated on our side?
Our fire order will be out on mop up all night.
10-4.
What incident? The Scott fire? Yeah.
04, 518. Clear to go.
What spot were you still at? I was told everyone broke from their assignment.
No, just still roving.
Affirm, you can go 10-10, thank you. Sorry.
That's right, thank you.
Anytime I say I'm going to recap, that's when they just blah, 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 after long, long periods of silence. I'm going to do it now. Come hell or high water. The only thing that's going to interrupt me right now is suspect in custody, and that is what I will unmute it for. Okay. I have to start from the beginning every time I recap because people come and go. That's the nature of streams very frequently. So I can't start a recap, wait 5 minutes later, and start it again. And, be in the middle. All right. So, for those who just joined, it was a pretty routine day at the office here until the S hit the fan. So, in my mind, I think that this fire is probably arson. The moment that I hear about another Yuba County fire during, one of the first fire weather watch days or whatever, one of the first real hot days, and dry periods of the unusually wet spring and early summer, California. Perfect day for a fire, right? What a beautiful day for an exorcism, perfect day for an arson. So, I'm now wondering if this little spot here, can you see my mouse? When I gesture with my mouse, can you see it? And I've been doing that all day. Oh my god, really negative? I've been doing that all day. I don't understand why you cannot. That, capture the cursor is on. There's been a malfunction on the internet. That's all I gotta say. Alright, it was Yuba County. This is where I grew up, so locals had warned me that they have a, quote, problem family and or persons living in the area that they've thought were starting fires. They told me this last summer. Well, that's just dandy. Okay. The little pen thing ain't working either. So there is a failure on the internet. I'll try to rectify.
507 Yuba County.
Okay, you see Wade's Way here too.
10-4. Are you guys code 4 where I can lift to code 33?
Affirmative.
10-4.
She said, are you guys code...
Attention all units, lifting code 33 on 1. Repeating, lifting code 33 on 1. All traffic resume back to 1.
What's code 33? Is that related to the manhunt? Switching it off again. I need to do my thing. Alright, let's just look this up. It's code 33 related to our manhunt. Yes, it was related to the manhunt. They said all traffic, code 33 emergency only, because they had not only the fire emergency but the second fire, and it was arson and then the manhunt for the arsonist. Okay, so alright. Got it on mute. And I just said I wouldn't unmute it for any other reason except talk about the manhunt, but it basically was. But I think it's over. Unfortunately, I don't think they apprehended the suspect. If they did, we're going to find out about that on the news tomorrow, I would imagine. I can contact the Appeal Democrat and say, yo, what the hell happened? I do know a reporter there, and locals will tell me, including my family, I'm sure. Yeah, clearing the primary traffic for it, so. Yeah, I heard about that, Bugs. I'm a psychic for disaster. Like, I have a minor concern and I vocalize it, and then it happens, and I hate that happens. Maybe it's just because I'm so anxious about rational concerns that they'd have a tendency to happen. I was just explaining that to C-Pro yesterday. That, man, I hate the DMV. I don't think they're very good, and I was talking about general DMV, with their secrecy you know, because we were having a discussion about VIN numbers. Could you look at somebody's car and find out about the person through the VIN number, like who it's registered to? That's supposed to be restricted. And I said, I have a feeling that hackers could find that out immediately, or that they've already penetrated the DMV and that stuff's on the web. And it's really too easy to do this if you have a friend at the DMV who's willing to run things for you. Like, you know, you see it on movies. Like somebody has some private eye, some private dick has somebody's some friend at DMV and they run plates. In fact, you can run plates if you're just a car dealership. And VIN numbers. Find out. I know that for a fact. Find out who owns the vehicle and where they live, and what their phone number is, like that. So I was just explaining where I thought there should be more laws to protect people and a lot better security. Okay, recapping for sure now. Unless a meteor is coming to crash land, or there is some sort of new update on the manhunt, I'm not unmuting it for any reason. I'm going to just say what happened today. I've been trying to recap this for more than an hour. Bugs, I've talked about my concerns about earthquakes, and then they happened the moment I was talking about them. Those are the kind that freak me out, but it's not useful. I'm frustrated because it's not useful. I don't know what's going to happen. I think maybe I've just become perpetually worried about everything. So, yesterday I went live due to the Hebron Fire. I wanted to do, after I went to the airport, resume coverage, but I felt really ill to my stomach. Carney says a 1033 alarm means immediate assistance required. Yeah. This was code 33, not 1033, though. 10 codes and non-10 codes are generally different. They're not standardized across the U.S. because we're stupid as a nation, but yeah, thank you for the input. So, the Hebron Fire, I mostly missed the crazy evacuation period of it because I've had terrible stomach problems the last couple of days, been sleeping at odd hours. But I wanted to cover it to, see for myself what's up and see if there's any danger to people tomorrow, just today. So I did cover that. I was not able to resume coverage last night. Today I wake up after a fitful sleep around 1 or so, and I was tipped off by Urban Interface Living, one of the mods, that there's a fire start near Reading. I get on to cover this Reading fire start, which amounted to nothing, and all of a sudden Yuba County's got a fire. So I'm quite concerned for Yuba County.
97 there. 10-4.
Damn radio. Okay, I muted it for you guys. I'll unmute it if anything exciting happens. Now that I'm trying to wrap it up, I bet you something exciting happens. Because I'm never allowed to sleep. So, I see this thing called the Scott Fire, which I can click on like this. Now, to orient people who are not that intimately familiar with California, there's your San Francisco, there's your Sacramento. Oh, you can't see my mouse. God's sake. To fix that. Okay. I hope that's a good enough zoom. You can clearly see Tahoe in the Bay Area. The Scott Fire front and center.
Understand, close patrol.
Go ahead.
And Burger King. Code 4. Tenny.
Code 4. What the hell is that now? Oh, I forgot. Is that people related? 10-4 is I copy what you said. Code 4 is different. Wow! You just... Oh, my God. Scared living. C-probe. What? Yes, I am recapping. Oh! I'm gonna bill you for my heart medicine. C-probe just stalked up to me. We were supposed to have a Zoom meeting today about Ode Art. That's why he was here. But he had to do it without me because there was a manhunt. So, I was covering, I look here, Scott Fire is, happening, 4 hours and 41 minutes ago, however long ago that is, early afternoon. I really meant to reassure people. So I was thinking, should I talk openly right now about the arsonist concern? Anybody who lives there already knows. I would not like to cause a wider panic, right? As far as I know, the Apple fire was suspicious, which was last year. I had to look that up, which I covered when I was in Tahoe trying to have a day off. The people at that point, the locals told me, please come and talk to us in person. We've got these concerns about individuals in this county. I was not able to talk to people. I went home sick. But they said that there's a problem family or gang or something.
County 568, code 11.
What's a code 11?
Power line in 6, 7 Victor Mary Robert 935. Great.
Power line. 9:13 p.m. right now.
Shows current 98 of 23 on a 2015 Nissan 4-door to a Ramiro Arroyo out of Oxnard. I copied 7 Mary Victor Robert 935.
Oh.
Step by the inspect.
A car accident. Somebody just hit a power line. I thought it was like an arcing, sparking. I think somebody just hit a power line. Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Thought it might be a power line fire. Yeah, a problem family or gang. Yeah, it was unclear. Like, as in biker, rural type of gang. Not like West Side, you know. And we're talking Yuba County here. Yeah, not exactly Compton, right? I would like to have known more about this. But I went back.
Go ahead.
To Oregon. There's stupid radio.
David 89019004.
I'm turning it off. That's it. If something happens, I can't hear it right now. So, but a lot of suspicious fires have been happening last year that on certain properties, and I know they are pretty dang well. So right now, this is the last update we have with we may have lost homes right here. The perimeter is preliminary and doesn't reflect structure protection efforts by firefighters on the ground. Okay. I hope that they were able to save the homes in here. Now, other than just bat beep crazy mental illness, the number one reason for arson is for people capable of functioning in the everyday world, like driving a vehicle, is revenge. It's feuding, it's revenge. That can be imagined or real. Like, if you have somebody with paranoid personality disorder near you, it's not real, but, you know, some people with emotional regulation control can lash out disproportionately. Like, try to burn down somebody's house or offend them. It's really...
Alejandro Montero Carrillo out of Yuba City.
Who knows, right? Until somebody's examined somebody, or you read law enforcement, reports on possible motivations. But the fact that this problem family and or gang or whatever
1821 6th Avenue, based on history and Latin law, have an open 911 with an verbal in the background.
Either extremely brazen, like they intimidate others, or they're really stupid and kind of commit crimes in the open, and it might be more the mental.
It's on silent
kind of deal.
now. I'm gonna try to call back.
I don't know. So, yeah, right now, Urban, when we looked at the camera, which I'm just gonna put it on the camera, so that we can kind of look at the current situation, and kind of see the fire as they contained it. They'll let the fire burn out. It's usually too much water used to try to extinguish everything. Fire is natural on the landscape of an oak savanna. Where did I put the camera? So, let's go to current.
I have verbals and civil problems.
This is a current view of it. And the fire is always as visible, except in daylight. Now not that visible to a faraway camera, but now you can see 5 minutes, 15 minutes. Oh boy, this new website performs so much better. They really upgraded their stuff. Cameras are still primitive. So, camera view was like this when I first came to see the Scott fire, and back in my head I thought, should I be speculating about arson right now? I'd feel like an idiot if the next day CAL FIRE came out and said it was a lawnmower, and I scared everybody about possible arson. I mean, it's been a year. Maybe this person moved.
Can you show me out what units
Maybe they were caught. Maybe they were arrested.
Okay,
Maybe it's not relevant, right? Right, Pig Dog. California's having a cool, wet spring compared to most years. That's because of El Nino. The hot weather is yet to hit, right? So this will promote weeds and the grass to grow like crazy.
9571, clear for reverse.
Everybody's celebrating a wet spring is kind of a noob. I mean, it's good for the trees.
Of Mangender, Mary, Adam, Nora,
trees
John,
trees
Ida,
are like a camera.
Nora,
They're going to
David,
suck up
Edward,
water
Robert, last of Paul, date
into
of
their
birth is
trunks and be
12/29 of
more
87.
fire resistant in general for the year. But you don't want weeds growing like crazy because
confirming
of wet
last is
spring.
Paul,
They're
Adam,
drying out,
Union,
because they
Lincoln.
could dry out in 4 days, hot weather. And then the brush is what lights trees on fire from the bottom. Trees are generally pretty fireproof, unless you have a lot of brush at the bottom.
Is it going to be Brian or is it going
Backed
to
up
be
against
Jennifer?
it, and then the flames reach tall into the
324.66.
branches and light the tree. So I'm not gung-ho about a wet spring. I'm not at all enthusiastic about it. We want a wet summer. That's what we want. It's rare, but that's what we want. The lightning storms that come by, we want them to rain out any possible lightning strike fires. That's what we need to hope for. So, going back to here, the camera was looking here at the Scott fire. This was one of our best vantage points. This looks to the northeast, and all of a sudden, when the fire is wrapping up, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to wrap up too because I got a meeting, guys."
571.
Whenever I say that, that's when S hits the fan, and it did.
Mansion
All of a sudden, there's an active manhunt for
Powell,
an
I got
arsonist. The camera pivots over.
27-4 off of Plymouth
And
Links.
as you
Last
can
is
see
Paul
right
Adam
here, this is the
Lincoln.
moment that it
He is
happened.
suspended or revoked service needed. Clear local NCIC.
And,
He's on court probation through 7/26 of
you can see that.
25.
That's a
Obey all
frozen
laws.
freeze
Drive
frame.
only if licensed
So
and insured.
it was over here. That's the daytime view. See our star vulture grooming himself. Then it pans swiftly, and I never saw that.
County,
actually,
538 on 1010.
over
538, 10-4.
to further south, pretty far away. Not that far away, but
For a reverse 27.
it can't be a stray ember. All of a sudden, underneath this power line here that you can see, take the dead center to the left because I can't gesture with my mouse. You see this little cone-shaped thing. That's a high-tension power line. Right underneath it is Marysville Road, and a new fire began. So this camera pivoted over to look at it. Look at the smoke and haze in the distance in general. That's sad. And all of a sudden, law enforcement said, "We've got a suspicious vehicle. We've got a suspect," and they're fleeing the scene in a white SUV or pickup. They started making
553, Yuba
roadblocks,
County.
and so we were listening.
Brian
as much
returns
as
to that
we,
1020.
I mean,
He's
hanging
suspended.
on every
He's
word of
clear
law
local
enforcement as
NCIC.
they changed up roadblocks,
10-4.
interviewed people. Something happened in the 10 codes, a 1010, which is a fight in
Affirmative, I have history.
progress.
Stand by, runner.
Police showed up, try to separate the
6 Yuba County.
what?
606.
Do you realize we can hear the emergency radio and it's louder than normal? No, I don't know. I don't know that. I muted it. Okay, guys. It is on mute on
David, Edward,
my
Lincoln, Ocean, Union, Edward, the first, Zebra, Adam, Ida, Ocean, Edward, 120 of 2003.
T-probe. Can you hear emergency radio in the background, like last minute? Oh, you're not listening. Okay, alright, thanks for... All right, no worries. T-Probe's still here. We're supposed to have a meeting. Getting late. I have everything muted. You must be behind, Bugs? Yeah, Desiree, a white SUV. Is OJ joining forces with the Beaver Mafia?
Kenny.
Yes.
For Snyder, can you just confirm that her base name on her DL is Thornsberry?
Okay.
I'm sure at the time she's inside still trying to make contact.
Can you hear it right now? Are they talking right now? Really? Okay, there's something wrong with my equipment. Okay. You can. Hey, Big Al, what's up? Big Gal. Alright, I'm looking at the audio tracks. Desktop audio, headset, microphone, JBL Quantum 800s. Microphone array, Realtek high definition sound card. Speakers, which are not connected, from Bang & Olufsen headset. Now, what can happen is, see, I will never be able to summarize this, ever. What could happen possibly is I could see only the bouncing bars of two audio channels, the two that I enabled. Now, if I accidentally enable another audio channel and I've hidden it, thinking that it's disabled, this is what can be happening. So the two audio channels I see in my audio sources are desktop audio. I found it. I found it. I have two desktop audios. I have screwed up this entire stream for 4 hours and 54 minutes. Yeah, there's no radio right now. They're not talking. Aha. There's a desktop and a desktop audio. And they're both audio. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm fretting now about how bad that was. That must have been so terrible. I'm so sorry. And, you know, the person that's supposed to be monitoring the stream, tell me about such things, just wasn't doing his job. I'm screwing with you. I just gave C-Probe a bunch of crap. Okay. Options in life is actually very helpful to hear the radio traffic, but you're not distracted by it. I know, I know. Well, I want to be able to monitor the volume of it and make sure it doesn't drown me. Yeah, they're not talking right now. Okay. Now, there's filters I have, and you will want filters on the audio track. They keep the radio from being way too loud and way too soft. It will increase the volume of the soft, decrease the volume of the loud, and make it nice center. That's called a compressor. So only one of these tracks has the compressor.
961 SO.
Aha. That's the hidden one. That one is way too loud. Should not compete with my voice. And let me see if it has the compressor. It does. That's the one with compressor. Okay. Okay. I've got compressor on my voice too, because remember how I used to like vary in volume? If somebody taps me on the shoulder from behind and I yell, you wouldn't want that to be the actual volume. Remember that time, guys, when lightning struck my house and I screamed into the microphone and made everybody deaf, and the sound of the lightning and the thunder deafened everybody too? Well, I didn't have a compressor on there, so it basically destroyed people's eardrums. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. That's why you want a compressor. Like if there's a sonic boom outside, you're going to want the compressor. It also has a noise filter so that just toilet flushes and lawnmowers going by are not going to bother you. So let me look Desktop audio has 2 filters, compressor and gain. Desktop has 3 filters. Compressor, gain, and limiter. So we're going to go with desktop. Thank you, friends. Yeah, Bugs, you were there. You remember that debacle? Oh, God. I found the cell phone footage of the lightning strike. You could kind of hear me vaguely inside the house screaming my lungs off, screaming my lungs out. Unfortunately, the camera was so overwhelmed by the sound of the rain that it mostly catches the rain and a massive boom, and then you just hear me kind of talking in the background and then screaming, but not as much as you should hear me screaming. And YouTube didn't record that. The stream went over 12 hours, and so YouTube deleted it. I'm so sad. So sad. That would have been viral. How often does lightning strike your house twice within 5 minutes? You scream twice. And... Okay, I get it now.
563.
97, call 252.
Alright. Okay, friends. Thank you. That was worthy of fixing. Stopping once again my recap. Alright, so when we were monitoring this fire, which may have taken out some structures, I don't know. They may have saved some. We haven't heard so far. Watch duty hasn't reported so far. So yeah. So we were watching it from this angle, the Scott Fire in Yuba County, and I thought to myself, should I be mentioning the fact that the locals were concerned about an individual or individuals who maybe possibly are like, you know, I don't want to say like biker gangs because it's very 5
Frank Tom John 074.
That's it. I'm sorry guys, I'm muting that. And I have to turn it off, otherwise we're going to hear every license plate in Yuba County. So here we are looking at the Scott Fire. It's winding down, it's wrapping up. Still unknown, was unknown then, unknown now, if any structures actually went down. Or if the firefighters were able to save them all. Or if there's just damage. We don't know. Never heard any chatter about it that would specify. Then again, I wasn't monitoring the radio the whole time. But people who are usually put that in watch duty. And they aren't speculating on structure. So here's the rewinding the watch duty alerts and stuff. What it looked like when it first started. And they requested takers, copters, blah, blah, blah. They did Pony Express Road area, mandatory evacuations, and they told all the west shore of Collins Lake to be ready to go. They expanded it a little bit towards the lake with more red on the evacuation notices. Made quite a lot of smoke. See, they went up to quite a bit north. We saw them initially stop it to the west, which I wasn't sure which road that was. Now we know that it's what road is that? One of the minor roads. It wasn't Marysville Road itself. We saw the fire eyes in the sky, a surveillance plane in the air. There was at one point more than 7 aircraft in the air. They did a lot of retardant splashes. Everything's wrapping up. And that's when I said, I gotta go, guys. You know, looks like it's all good news here. There's good weather in the forecast. Looks like the containment is holding. They've got more than 20%. And that's when S hit the fan, you know, record scratch. For sure. Firefighters, law enforcement said, look, we've got a new fire. The camera pivots over. This is the recreation of it. Here's that vulture, then boom. Sorry. It swung around to here. Because this is such a long time lapse now. It goes by in a blip. It was right then, right? Right there. This is Marysville Road and Bayberry Road, which is a dead end. And somebody lit a fire in a white vehicle right underneath that high tension power line that you could see center left here. And if you see this big hilly rock thing in the way. See the shadowed rock just center left? See the little, it looks little, but it's a very tall high tension power line right there, which is cone shaped, candy corn. And you could see a little bit of smoke in the time lapse. Not a whole lot, because now the time lapse is a 3-hour time lapse. And initially I was like, okay guys, because we don't know that that's how it's spreading. It's spread from 50 by 50 feet to 200 by 200 feet really rapidly. I said, everybody, Peoria Road area, call them right now and tell them about this new development. They're going to go door to door. This might spread fast. This might be new evacuations, because this was outside of even the alert zone. So then they said, we're going to do roadblocks. Law enforcement got on it right away. They even had a suspect's name, a Donald somebody. And they had a vehicle, and then they were running, he may have had a female with him, so they did a background check real quick. Dispatch explained that there was a girlfriend of his, probably a white van. White vans are always scary. Well, they said at first white pickup truck, possibly SUV there. They narrowed it down to an SUV. We did hear that law enforcement started following some white vehicles, none of which seemed like they were the right one, actually. Then the next crazy thing happened, which was they're talking about a 1010, which is we looked it up on 10 codes, and that's a fight in progress, like violence in progress. Police show up, and they said it looks like who we're talking to are the victims. So I do not know if the arsonist, suspected arsonist, who seem to have been witnessed in the act, from far as we can tell, attacked people, or if people tried to confront the arsonist or make a citizen's arrest. Unknown why, but it could be an unrelated fistfight. But it said deadly weapon. We don't know what weapon. So the law enforcement said over the radio that these people we're talking to appear to be the victims. We don't know anything more than that, because that was just law enforcement talking to itself, not back to dispatch. They set up roadblocks. There was an active manhunt. New law enforcement came in from all around. And then the next thing we hear about is that somebody is turning blue in the general region of this fire. There's an unresponsive person turning blue. Then they said that CAL FIRE was doing CPR. Well, that's not something CAL FIRE normally does. CAL FIRE is like the state fire agency, the guys who respond to forest fires, the guys who are here. So the local ambulances and local fire crews screened towards this victim arrived several minutes later, though. I don't know if the victim's alive or dead. The law enforcement then said, we're going to give you a call to report the status of this affair. So they may have gone dark on purpose, because they know the public can hear this stuff, especially in the middle of an emergency. The public tunes in. There are more than 87 people listening besides myself. Most probably locals were just very concerned about their property, as they had to evacuate. And unfortunately, we never heard of anything, any reports of suspect in custody. This is a downer, quite a downer. So I then decided to talk about the arsonists and the different types you have. And firebugs aside, and criminal masterminds aside, and generally, if it's quote normal-esque type of people, the number one reason for arson is revenge. So you can have things like neighbor feuds. You could have criminal things. Sometimes the criminal enterprise, marijuana growing outfits, the ones who are not doing it legally, and the cartels and whoever can extort each other and say pay for protection. Otherwise your crop could have an accident, right? So it can be regular related to criminal activity, drug trade, meth trade. There are gangs in the wilderness. There are rural gangs, and a lot of criminal it's typically white people involved in the countryside. It's usually minorities in the urban settings, divided by their ethnic groups. There is no racial equality in gangs, they say, or in prison. I don't know if it's related, but oftentimes it is. So, it could just be a normal kind of unhinged lunatic, wrathfully angry person who is mad at somebody in this area. Arson can be like, oh, I have a feud with somebody, I hate them, I want to punish them, but in order to kind of cover up my crime, I'm going to light random fires so they can't directly connect it to me. That'd be thinking ahead a little. But in the case of, say, a mentally ill person who's just nutso, is extremely paranoid and is imagining threats and imagining enemies, whatever, or people who are more sociopathic types who are just impulsive criminals who don't think ahead too much, they sometimes just see an opportunity and just take it, and they don't have much of a reason. They have an impulse from within to commit crime. Firebugs are excited by fire, especially sexually. Usually are caught in their youth and they don't see much of the light of day. They're usually caught young because they're dumb, and they usually hang around the crime scene to witness their handiwork. Now, the kind of people that either want to commit revenge or insurance fraud, which is the next most popular kind of arson, the insurance fraud people tend to not stick around. If we return back to revenge, the fact that there are repeat fires of suspicious nature in this county, in this general area, make this a bit of a head scratcher. Why, when a fire is winding down, but there's still a surveillance aircraft in the dang sky above you, the area is crawling with law enforcement because they did roadblocks to enforce an evacuation and, look out for looters, and there's still a helicopter running around dumping water, and it's still broad daylight, why would you go to the major highway? It's supposed to be closed. I mean, he was in the open portion of it, but why would you go to a major highway in front of witnesses and start a new fire? In your own personal vehicle. So that's a bit of a head scratcher there. Somebody's either hell-bent on revenge and plans to leave the country or something, or they're telling nuts, or dumb as a post. The most frightening one is the other conclusion: on a rampage. Killers on a rampage that wish to do harm and wish to kill. Well, we don't know what's in this person's head, but lighting a fire at the end of a dead-end road to entrap people. A dead-end road means you have one way out, and that got blocked really quickly. Bayberry Road. If this person was trying to had a specific victim in mind, that's one way to do it. Seems like they're hell-bent on it. And not that concerned about living to see the end of the day. Rampage killers are in a state of mind that's unique. They're not particularly expecting to live. Yeah, so, Big Dog says OJ is not an arson bug, not his style. Shares if he's guilty, which everybody kind of came to the conclusion was, of the murder of his ex-wife. He acted impulsively. That would be what he would share with the most arsonists, barring insurance fraud. The number one, like I was talking about the profiles, the number one most frequent arson is revenge as a motivation. Number 2 is insurance fraud. Number 3, you get into the realm of mental illness, sickos, and really sick people. What's scary is sometimes they're firefighters. They're excited by fire. So those that can sometimes control their impulses, sometimes just become firefighters, and then that's a great place to hide. Oftentimes they're not going to be suspected. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit, right? Or if the police are so stupid that they lose the evidence chain and screw it up and get proven to be racist, then you have a problem. And guilty people might just walk free. And chain of evidence is important. You bag it, you tag it, and then nobody can say you tampered with it when you can't say nobody tampered with it. That's when you know why even have a police force? Anyway, the corruption of LA cops did not help that case. Everybody knows, like, you wanna die in LA as a celebrity? Nobody will ever solve your case. Jean Harlow's husband? Who knows? Black Dahlia? Who knows? You know. What happened exactly with Nicole Smith and stuff now? Who knows? Hollywood wants to cover up a death. Who knows? You know, what happened to Elliot Smith? LA cops tried to say he stabbed himself twice in the heart during an argument with his girlfriend. Really? So, Elliot Smith, who knows? They seem rather uninterested in solving celebrity crime. Okay, Big Dog says the rodeo fire in northern Arizona in 2003 was started by an off-duty, out-of-work firefighter. Of all the damn things. Well, did you read the Jericho report about the Caldor fire? Did you? It was behind a paywall, unfortunately, but I did. Caldor fire may have been started by a firefighter. He's dead now. So, a firefighter came from Arizona, I do believe, where he was caught red-handed lighting inappropriate black backfires. And he was caught fighting them, he said. Oh, you just caught me fighting a fire. I'm doing a backfire in order to save a whatever area. But everyone was like, well, why didn't you call it in? So all this heat came down upon him. Transfers over to California. Gets hired in the nearby Amador County on the border with El Dorado County. And all of a sudden there's some weird El Dorado County suspicious fire. And guess who found the Caldor fire? This particular firefighter. When nobody else could locate it on this crazy, dense, jungly area in a canyon. Not even by air could they locate exactly its origin. And he navigates this crazy amount of twisty-turny 1800s mine roads, some of which weren't connected. You have to backtrack because they've been washed out and not maintained since the 1800s. All of a sudden he gets to the exact origin of the fire and says, oh yeah, I know exactly what caused it. These bullet casings. I picked them up and smelled them. Gunpowder. Recently fired shells. And he tagged or flagged a nearby. Put a sign on it somehow, marked it, and said, oh yeah, I found exactly how it started. That sound odd to you? Then the heat for the Caldor fire may have possibly landed on him, and he goes to another state, goes to Oregon. But then he died. Does that sound a little weird? Sounds really weird. So, who knows? When you screw up an investigation, you may never know the truth. El Dorado County screwed up that investigation. The father and son accused the Caldor fire. They tried real hard to seize all their weapons and tie them to it. But those shells don't match any of their ammunition or any of their guns. Gun types they have. So they also stuck around an awful long time to report the fire. They first called 911 and they warned people nearby. They didn't really exactly act like people who panicked after accidentally starting a fire with target practice. They stuck around to call 911 repeatedly to try to get the fire's exact location reported, the best they knew. So, how in the world, and I went to this area, how in the world that firefighter could have magically navigated all those, and really being an out-of-stater, how familiar would he have been with the region? I got lost several times trying to get anywhere near where the Caldor fire started to film it. I spent day after day trying to find that area, and we'd get stuck because these 1800s roads were just bad, just bad. Sometimes they get impassable with that deep ruts. You know, you need super trucks. But in my opinion, we may not know who the heck started the Caldor fire. There's several other suspects. There were transients in the area, recreational people, people recreating, campers in the area. Now I think it may be impossible to figure out if it was a escaped campfire, somebody towing a boat with a tow chain, or accidentally using going around in a motorcycle or ATV trying to get to the watering hole to cool off, and they lit the grass on fire with an ATV. I have no idea, but it really may be impossible when you screw up your investigation. Phone records would have been the best way to figure out who the heck was in that little canyon when the fire started. By now, they may have been purged. I think you're supposed to keep phone records for 2 years, all the phone companies are. But through the magic of triangulation and maybe calling in the FBI and forensic specialists and cell phones and stuff, I think it would have been relatively easy to figure out who did it. Not anymore. That's a sad thing. I do not hear any chatter anymore. Let's take a look at our live view now of what the Scott fire is doing. Click again on our 2 visuals that we have. This is a 15-minute time lapse that it automatically kind of does. We've flipped over to infrared. Let's do a 30-minute time lapse. We have the wind change direction confirmed. It happened a little early tonight. When we looked at windy, the wind direction change was scheduled to happen about midnight as the valley cools off and the hot and cold air from the mountains sinks. You know, hot air rises, so you get the wind going from west to east during the day to the mountains because the hot air is rising up into the mountains. It cools off after the sun sets and it sinks, and so you get the wind change direction from east to west. But yeah, Desiree, I have no idea if we're ever going to know what happened with the whole Caldor fire thing. We almost lost Tahoe. There's a lot of people who lost everything. The El Dorado forest is never going to be the same. It's mostly destroyed. I tried really hard to find any living creature in the middle of the Caldor fire. Like, I mean this, any living creature in the heart of the El Dorado forest. The mega fire was so intense.
Bill 6, Adam Charles David 658 Silver.
Radio.
10-4. Twin and clear, copied. 6 Adam Charles David 658, record on a file.
9 Adam Charles David 658.
10-4, twin and clear. 2080 ready.
Okay.
It's expired 2/8 of 23 and a 2021 Nissan Utility showing leasing information to a Lorenzo Bazzano.
Okay, that doesn't sound related. I was really hoping it might have been a white SUV, you know. So, I'm really thinking about this stuff. I think feds should investigate big fires. The feds need to need to step in, and they need to conduct their own independent investigations, because I think sometimes counties are either too embarrassed or too intimidated by, imagine the embarrassment of hiring an arson suspected firefighter without doing a little bit of a background check, including a Google search. If district attorneys want particularly hate a family for firearms offenses and want to nail them to the wall and possibly have their own axe to grind, I think oftentimes this may be what's happening. It doesn't mean the father and son are innocent, but when you screw up, one thing that could screw up an investigation, and we'll never know the truth, is you start announcing to the public who you think did it before you actually have real evidence tying them to it. If you stop investigating the other suspects, like the firefighter and the transients, the campers and the hikers and recreation or waterhole swimmers, and you never even looked at their records, this sort of thing is pretty bad. I do think that we need to have a special, maybe new forensics department that's completely neutral, that will come and make sure that wildfires are investigated good and proper, with no local prejudices, no, with a nice clear view on things. Because these wildfires are damaging the country more than our enemies in hostile other countries. If you think about these wildfires, what's killed more Americans and destroyed more of our economy? At this point, wildfires have done more damage to the United States than Japan ever did in World War II. Than Russia ever did in the Cold War. This is serious. We can't just have local yokels. And I don't mean that local agencies are always incompetent, but they can be. It's just too serious. We need to stop these things. Hey, Desi, good night. I will talk to you tomorrow about what we were going to talk about, the Venmo stuff. And, the Canadian fires are up to 5 million acres, Mass River says. Yeah, when we were talking about that earlier. Sorry, I thought this was on a live view, guys. Saskatchewan and whatnot. I wanted to point out, when I was talking about earlier, is a lot of these Canadian fires are not being put out, but that's on purpose. It's because there's really not much of a point. If you notice this section up here where you see the big red dots, that's the satellite detections of heat. The red in this type of satellite beam detections from the last 24 hours that are larger than, several acres in size. Yellow is maybe 48 hours or more. There are no towns nearby at all. Probably almost no roads. These are swamp fires as much as forest fires. There's a lot of methane gas and stuff. But swamps are real hard to pave, stable roads. The ice road truckers show is winter, because that's when the road's iced up and stable. They sink and they fog. Maintaining roads up here is about impossible. There's almost no inhabitations either. So unless you're saving the occasional historic structure, like, what the heck's out here? If lightning is going to strike something, then you can't really pinpoint if a fire resulted. As lightning storms move through an area, a lot of times individual trees, or just an individual little section of trees, going to burn at a really low intensity. But the first big windstorm you have, they're all going to whoosh up into these big conflagrations. But it's extremely hard, even in Oregon and California, where we have constant satellite monitoring and really good roads in our wilderness comparatively. It's hard right now for us to verify that a tree isn't on fire. I never believed it, but it actually trees can burn invisibly from the inside, in between the bark and in between the wood in the center. There's this little gap that can get loose, especially at the base of trees if there's missing bark, and like holes in the base of the tree by the roots. Lightning can strike a tree and can smolder, meaning no visible flame, but it's like a cigarette, right? Smolder in that layer, in that little gap. It's completely invisible. You can't even see smoke. Unless you had like a little infrared camera and looked at that tree, you'd have no idea. And the smoldering can go on for months. Literally months. Listening to radio. One sec. Code 4108, blah, blah, blah. So, if you just imagine the amount of trees out here and the amount of lightning strikes and the fact that they could be a sleeper, they call this a sleeper fire. The wind is just going to pick it up, and then it's going to look like in broad daylight with no storm. The 19 fires just started in the middle of nowhere, and this has caused panic in the conspiracy theorists, like, oh, it's got to be space weapons. Really, they were already going. Fires were already going. So there's one or two roads around. There's one community in this entire gigantic. There's just no way to inspect what's going on. And Canada's been bacon dry because of the stupid El Nino, the jet stream blocking the wet storms from the Gulf Coast going north. So this is just bound to happen. If anybody is surprised that a whole bunch of wildfires are going on, they just need a little bit of a 5-minute briefing from me, and I can explain what the heck happened. So please don't listen to the YouTube panic machine of this is so unusual and this is so weird. Canada just doesn't put out extremely remote wildfires. There's no money for this. Like I was saying, in war, the Air Force is your greatest asset. Your airplanes are your greatest asset. Wars are won and lost with your air superiority. You have. That's what modern warfare is about. But you can't win the war with air power alone. Your ground troopers have to go in and finish the job. You soften up the enemy with your air power. Like we're talking retardant here. Retardant can be dropped and they can kind of rope the fire and kind of prevent its spread a little bit, because it'll take a while for fire to chew through retardant lines. That's risky and expensive. And fire is a natural part of the landscape in general. You don't want to suppress all of them. If they're in the middle of nowhere, let it be. But that's what you want to do in a normal year. It's extremely unusual with the dryness. El Nino doesn't happen every single year, so they're going to be worse this year. It's dry. But there really is no budget and no reason to try to suppress or extinguish fires in the middle of nowhere. So you just save the structures and let it go on past. What else? I mean, when you have low population, like Canada does and lots of land, you can't tax everybody to death down here where the population is at in the south and give them insane taxes to have gigantic fleets of ground crew that you'd have to make airports out here in the middle of nowhere to airlift firefighters in for ground crews to try to fight these. And they'd be asking the same question, what are we doing here? What are we saving? Yeah, that's right, Polar. Tree hollows can smolder for weeks, even months. It can actually be a year. They're rare, but holdover fires is what Cogito and other firefighters were telling me about. In certain circumstances, a tree, especially the kind with hollowed out roots, and good night, everybody going to bed. I will be too here, somewhat soon, I think. In the right circumstances, where there's just enough air to keep the fire going into the root and up into the trunk. Say there's a a hollow branch, you know, like where a branch used to be up at the top, and then there's airflow coming in from the bottom. That might be just enough air to keep it smoldering, but not produce a flame. The equivalent of a wildfire for the urban space. Fires can burn in walls before they explode out of a wall socket like a light switch. And suddenly the entire building's on fire. It just needs enough air to begin, and sometimes through the entire winter. A tree can be on fire the entire winter, or a stump, where it's just up in the roots and up at the bottom, and then kind of making its way slowly to the top. They spread so slowly and eat their fuel so slowly that a holdover fire from an entire year can go by. A late summer fire or a lightning strike in late winter, like a dry, hot winter, you could finally have a big windstorm in May. Boom, it goes up. It's not unheard of. That's why firefighters work tirelessly to dig up smoldering stumps. They dig up the entire thing and extinguish it. They go at them. Those are the things most likely to be a holdover fire. Months and months later, they were still monitoring the Caldor and the Dixie and asking the public to call in any wisps of smoke they might see, if they're recreating through the woods or just happen to smell smoke, to really make sure it's a campfire or call it in as a possible holdover fire. That's part of the long-term aftermath and cleanup. Okay, it's just regular chatter. I don't know if our suspected arsonist ever made it to custody. We might find out tomorrow, friend. So, looking back at the chat, yeah. Thank you so much, Urban, for letting me know about the Reading fire, which let me know about this fire. You guys should keep me informed. So, looking back at the chat, Massachusetts sending firefighters to Canada. Yeah, it'll be areas like this, like Fort St. John and places that are where the towns are threatened. You know, I really pray for Canada. It's just been insane. Canada sends us plenty of help pretty frequently. I'm sorry, guys. Have I been off center this whole time? There we go. Let me know when I'm off center on the camera. I don't want just half my face showing. So, I think I've done enough talking, and I have to remind myself to save my voice, because if something big happened tomorrow, like I'd love to talk to you all night, but you know how it is. Rest when you can. Big Dog says the big burn fires of 1910 in the Panhandle of Idaho are the biggest in U.S. history, 3 million acres in total. What about the Peshtigo, the Great Lakes fires? How big was that? Oh, I was going to tell you about the couch thing. Remember that? Yeah. Why a couch might be the biggest ticking time bomb thing in your living room. Really easy. One word. Polyurethane foam. Polyurethane foam. If you want to know about it, and it's very grim, look up the Sofa King fire. It was a Chicago, I want to say. No, somewhere back east. Sofa King fire. I can't remember. Connecticut. Hell, now I have to look it up. Sofa King fire. Reason why Charleston. Sorry, I said Chicago. CH something, right? Charleston Sofa Superstore fire. And they were calling it Sofa King. At some point, maybe it was a prior name for the business. It was a mass fatality event of firefighters. Lost most of the crew. And they found out that polyurethane foam it's like the BTUs, the way it burns. Remember, this is relevant. Just an hour or so ago, a sofa was on fire in Linda, producing a large column of black smoke, which I thought was a new wildfire. It was a sofa on fire. That is a serious problem. Maybe the number one reason that a house burns down with fatalities is the couch caught, because it's the biggest source of polyurethane foam, and polyurethane foam is a lot like I said I don't know what pound for pound it was, but they did tests because it quickly flashed over and overwhelmed the fire crew. Couldn't even run out of the building. It's like a barrel of oil. Couch on fire is like a barrel of oil on fire, crude oil. So, did the Sofa King fire make it Sofa King smoky? It was super tragic. But right now, they're supposed to be safe. I don't know if I ever want to purchase such a thing. They're nice and comfortable. But if there's all the chemicals in the world, can't really make it safe. They've put flame retardants in instead of like banning polyurethane foam, which they should have. It's way too dangerous in general. Instead of doing that, they put fire flammability ratings on the what do you call it? The skin. What am I talking about? The upholstery. They just said that the upholstery has to be fire retardant, so if somebody falls asleep with a cigarette, they're not immolated on their own funeral pyre, right? So the upholstery on sofas now is incredibly toxic because it's got all these chemicals to make it fire retardant. And this will only matter for a while. If it's open flame, like say a house fire, eventually the sofa's going to go up, and then nobody's going to be able to survive in that. It'll flash over within 30 seconds, maybe a minute. And the black smoke Okay, sorry. There's a crime in progress in Yuba County, but that's a domestic violence thing. I'm not going to turn. So, thing about black smoke is the most full of particles. Smoke is a product of incomplete combustion, right? Incomplete means not everything burned. Some of it became soot and drifted up with the smoke. The more black it is, the more stuff is in it. So when it condenses at the ceiling along with the heat, eventually it'll condense so much that the smoke becomes flammable. The smoke becomes flammable. You want to avoid anything around your house that would create black smoke, even if it just burns at all. So that's vinyl, polyurethane foam, a couple other synthetics mostly. Things like synthetic rugs. I really love them. They're cheap and they're soft. But maybe you want to pony up for the wool. And a lot of these chemicals that are on the upholstery that you sit down on, and you're creating dust by sitting down. Every time you sit down, there's friction. You're going to be inhaling the chemicals to try to make your oil barrel couch somehow safe from fire. And a lot of these flame retardants of yesteryear, which are still approved for upholstery, some of the most toxic cancer-causing stuff known to man. So, Polar Vortex just wrote a poem about me. It's Kathryn's world, fires ignite, she tracks the flames day and night. With passion and skill, she charts their path. Protect a glance from fiery wrath. See Probe is applauding you. Polar, you're awesome. Hey, your next challenge, write a haiku, okay? I want a haiku. Good night, and thank you. We are applauding you. That's great. That's a nice way to end it on a higher note. But, we're not helpless. As dire as this is, it's when you have information, you can make yourself and your dwelling, your house, a lot more safe. There's something to be said to the couches of yesteryear. They tried lighting them on fire and they barely take a hold. The ones before polyurethane foam. And now we have new technology. We have new types of cushioning. Everything from like bamboo stuff. You can make your family a whole lot more safe, and your dwelling a lot more likely to be saved by firefighters who show up. Just a couple smart choices. Like your furniture. Okay, guys. last call. Last call for questions about the insane events of the day. Random questions. Like Scott Fire. Still officially 95 acres, 20% containment. They'll be mop up throughout the night monitoring the thing. We don't know what happened to the suspected arsonist, but I'm willing to bet that Scott Fire was the result of arson now. I'm sure the news media might have more to say tomorrow. If not, I'll inform them, and then they'll have something to say tomorrow. Like, I'll contact the local media down there. They were, you aware of the crazy last night? News media used to listen to the radio all day and night to try to be the first on the scene, you know, and kind of a shadow of its former self, especially the newspaper. I'm a big owl, says I have a bearskin couch. It's self-wetting in the event of a fire. That's because the bear's alive, right? Pees on itself. Yeah, thanks, Bugs, for being here. I'm so happy to have seen so many of my old friends back. What a crazy day, guys. Been a crazy day. Oh, boy. Yeah, asbestos. I don't think asbestos made it into upholstery, but it made it into everything else. I went to it's in tile. Floor tile is what bothers me the most. In my old junior high school, and I went to an airport yesterday. The airport tower had really old tile on the ground floor. It was built in the 50s. And there was this chipped tile in the bathroom around the drains where people presumably overflowed the toilet. And so then there's poo in the water and you can't really see, right? So plumbers must have fished around for the drain and kind of chipped the tile as they tried to pull it up, drain the floor. And I looked at it and said, oh boy, that looks like asbestos. It was in my old school. Every time that we scooched our chairs back and scored the floor, we were releasing asbestos fiber. Yeah. Can't see it. It's invisible, but yeah. So that really ugly old tile that's everybody loved it was fireproof. It's usually was at least put in the science rooms. You know, the science labs for schools. You bet your bippy that's asbestos. Okay, they're chattering on the radio again, and I'm gonna go before they say something that means I'm here all night. Good night, friends. Now please hit the like button on your way out if you didn't do it. Hit the sub button with the ringing bell so that you know when I go live. And if you can, hit the PayPal. You can go to my channel and the About page. There's a PayPal link. And throw me a bone. PayPal, they don't really take anything, but if you hit Super Chat and you hit YouTube's donation buttons, they take 30%. I'm happy for every dollar at this point. I know it's hard. If donating hurts, though, don't do it. Just share. Share. Spread the word. Text stream to somebody you know who you think might benefit. That way you can really, really help. Thanks, Strange Reverend. There's the PayPal link. I totally forget where it is. So, what do you guys want to use? My classic sign-off? What? So, don't be scared, be prepared. Or good night and good luck. I found out that Ryan Holiall does that too. I swear to God, I never heard of his channel when I was saying don't be scared, instead be prepared. I'm pretty sure like a lot of people say that. I was tickled though. But I'll do a new one. How about we'll see you on the flip side. Try to go live tomorrow and see what became of all this mess. It might be late afternoon. I'll probably be up at least part of the night. But anyway, friends, good night. Good luck.